Welcome everyone to week 3 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, where we are going into our penultimate week to see who makes it through to the PMPL Arabia finals. My name, of course, is Highland Wolf, and I'm joined by the one and only the beautiful Professor Tarzan. How are you doing today?
Very, very well, because I'm so excited coming into last week because we will hear, I always say this, I'm a bit of a terrible person, but the things that add to the storyline are great because we are going to hear the sounds of some dreams shattered by some of these teams, because if they don't make it to this final, super weekend, they may not be able to make it to the finals.
I mean, you talk about dreams shattering. I prefer to be a more half-glass full guy myself, Tarzan, and I also think of it as time for these teams to show up, time for these teams to be able to get their spot in, of course, as we say, the finals. This is, as we say, also the penultimate week of the league stage, and these 2 days are important, more important than the rest, because some of these teams, Tarzan, as we will move through to the overall standings, we see need to get these points, need to be able to make it through to the super weekend, because no one is really safe, and for a majority of these teams.
Definitely. I mean, we've got a good number of teams, right, that hasn't made, to 2 super weekends in a row. We've got actually 8 on our list, I believe, that still need to make it a super weekend the second time to grab themselves some points, because you can see those really, other than 1 or 2 teams, these other teams really need those points, and 8 more games for them to go for today and tomorrow, then they will have to make it there.
Yeah, so we say 8 games to decide for these teams across the 10 matches in total that we will be casting ourselves today and also tomorrow with DK and Span Cargo. But more on that later, because we do have to keep in mind that the important news of the day here, the headline, as it were, Tarzan, we don't have our number 1 team playing in today, which was, in fact, Zombies Esports. Unfortunately disqualified. They did get caught cheating in the tournament, so they will not be participating any longer.
So yeah, that being said, I will just kind of just want to say, I want to take back all the compliments that I've given to a team. Yes, sometimes you do many things right in life, but it only takes you to make some really crucial mistakes, and you can drag not just yourself down, but other people. But we will not go into it further than that. So that is done. So we will not see Zombie Esports in PMPL Arabia again, and some of those players will get a competitive ban. So those who are watching, who wants to reach certain level, do be careful when it comes to who you idolize and whose footsteps you're trying to follow. So that being said, we've got only other 19 teams to focus on, which makes it a little bit easier, because only 3 teams won't be able to make it into the super weekend.
I mean, I think what we need to take away here is the fact that you need to behave yourself, guys. You need to be able to be good. Otherwise, you go on the naughty step. You go on the naughty list of the PUBG gods, and you do not get your presents at the end of the competition. But on other words as well, we have to also note that this equals up the standings a lot more, because Zombies were very, very heavily favored to be in that first position, and now that GUNZ take that first spot, they have the mantle to be able, Tarzan, to maintain that going through into this week. And also joining them up in the second and third position is, of course, the likes of GUNZ and also SUDOR and RICO Infinity team in second and third place, should I say, respectively here, because GUNZ here in first, as we say, already looking so dominant. I think alongside Zombies, GUNZ were this team that we really said were the most dominant team fighting team overall, and you can definitely see that in the display of those stats of over 1,000 damage, and also that average of, when you think, 11.43 kills, and Tarzan, these are scary numbers, to be saying the least.
Very, very scary. To be fair, we were saying earlier in last week saying GUNZ Esports might be the most consistent team that we have in this PMPL Arabia, but they did have some missteps, unfortunately, on that second day of the second Super Weekend, and but they did bounce back decently. And if you just look at the point separation, that really reflects how they are still really doing miles better compared to the rest of the competition. 74 points ahead of SUDOR Esports when they're looking at the Super Weekend points. Those are those that really counts, because you can have the best week in your league play in those 8 games, but if you don't translate that momentum into those points in Super Weekend, you may still miss that finals.
As we say, also coming off of that second Super Weekend, Tarzan, it wasn't just GUNZ and SUDOR who showed up, but also I think more importantly was the side of RICO Infinity team, because they were virtually, 16th, 15th position for the first and second day respectively when it came to, I think, overall in that standings of the second Super Weekend. But in that third day of the second Super Weekend, Tarzan, they really showed up. 83 points in total, and you can see that really helped their stats, as of course you can see RICO Infinity team being more of that support-based team, more of getting to that finish line, as it were, with the chicken dinners, as well as SUDOR Esports opting for more of those knocks, for more, of course, of those kills, rather than the healing, the distance traveled, and so forth. And I think these are two different playstyles overall compared to the likes of GUNZ, which varies up the top of that leaderboard more so. And it's going to be interesting to look in today, especially to see how all of these styles clash together when you don't have zombies anymore in the running.
Yeah, and I also think not a lot of people would expect these two teams, to be at second and third place. I'm talking about SUDOR Esports and RICO Infinity team. Like, we started the tournament by hyping up certain teams like YaLLa Esports, right? NASR, especially with the great Week 1 league play. Falcons, but fell off the grid, didn't make it the second Super Weekend, but have so many points in that Week 1. It's probably the most amount of points in one Super Weekend. So, like, for these teams to really come up and say, hey, like, don't forget about us, it's amazing to see, but it also really changed. I think it's time now, like at this stage of the tournament, to say, hey, we'll just need to look at what you're doing, how you're performing, and forget about your reputation, forget about your past glories, forget about why we hyped you up in the first place, unless you prove to us that we shall continue doing that.
And I think a team that we also need to hype up here is not just RICO Infinity's team for doing so well, but on the other hand, towards the lower end of that leaderboard is Real Tiger 9. Now, Real Tiger 9, if we bring some stats out here, Taz, and I know you like the stats, they overall, in the league stage, average a 25% chicken dinner win rate. When you move them across, though, to the Super Weekends, now, despite the fact they've been in both Super Weekends, their average is actually now only a 6.7% chicken dinner win rate. And when you compare the two, you can actually see that overall, Real Tiger 9 are actually only getting the equivalent of 2/3 of the points in the Super Weekend stages than they actually are in the league stages, which speaks very interestingly to me, because had they been as dominant as they are in the league stages, they would have actually been much higher on the leaderboard when it comes to the overall scores heading into the PMPL Arabia finals, and that might have been the scenario that they might not have had to worry about getting into this third Super Weekend, but alas, they still do.
Yeah, I think the way that we could use these stats are kind of educated guesses when it comes to what's happening behind the scene. It could be because of a difference in mentality between league play and Super Weekend play. But it's very interesting, because Super Weekend is where you can get heavily rewarded for getting a chicken dinner because of that prize pool of 1,000 USD, like just under that, but we'll just say $1,000 there. And so it seems like they are able to get more wins when they are not really going for the win. But when they know there's something underlying there, they struggle a little bit more. But of course, stats being stats, we are also, like, more important looking at those points. And like you said, Thailand Wolf, lacking some points from this team, and they really need to buckle up, because chasing behind them are several teams on that leaderboard for the Super Weekend points.
Yeah, of course, currently sat in the overall A12 position here, where you think about that 147-point mark they are currently sat on. And this is also the other point of contention that I wanted to mention here as well, Tarzan, where you look at higher up on, actually, well, I'll hold that for, because we will move to the map stats here. But I also want to talk about the center of that leaderboard as we move through to the overall map stats, despite the fact of Fate here. Now, Fate as well are the other team that I wanted to mention, because Fate, they've only been in one super weekend. Yet overall, they have potential, particularly on Sanhok, which is interesting to me, because Sanhok, when you think of the overall damage dealt, they don't get so much the kills, but also Erangel, that other map, they will do strong at. And this is interesting in the fact that Sanhok and Erangel, Tarzan, are the two maps that are going to be played in the league stage. So this fares very favorably towards Fate Esports for being able to get back into the super weekend.
Yeah, I think that's great. Like, that is also the nice reminder that YaLLa just gave to all of you, because we do have the league play a little bit different every week, right? We had our focuses on some of the other maps, but this week is all about Sanhok and Erangel. But you know what? Even if Fate can make it to the Super Weekend, still, that Sanhok map is not going to be played as, often compared to the other two maps. So Miramar is their weakness right now, averaging below 20 minutes average survival time is just not good enough. You are barely getting any placement points doing that. So they have a very clear goal moving into it. I do think if they continue with their trend and this current strong suit, they can make it in. Right, but it's about the time outside. Okay, of course, focus on getting into Super Weekend first, but the preparation for Miramar map definitely has to come through.
I think overall, considering that when Fate are still in that danger zone, right, Fate still need to be able to make it into the qualification spot, which then puts the onus on Fate as well. They have to make the super weekend here, Tarzan, to be able to qualify, because if they don't, they just get eliminated instantly. There's no ifs or buts if teams don't pick up enough points and they scrape their way through. That's just not the case. And that's also why I wanted to move on to the point between also the middle of the pack, where we look at iKURD and also YaLLa between that 8th and 11th position spot, because there is actually only a 19-point difference here between those four teams. And all of these teams from iKURD downwards, and this is what's interesting, all need to be able to make it, for me, into the third super weekend, because none of them are really safe, and particularly even Arab GSG, as we will move on to see.
Very interesting about this team, because we have some stats coming up soon, but most importantly, it's how it's just they're struggling across the board. Just look at in particular the Sanhok map, right? Of course, yeah, we didn't play that a lot, in super weekends, but they only made it to one super weekend. That was last week, and that probably explained why they couldn't make it super weekend, because they struggle on this map definitely, and we're going to play that again. So it's not going to be easy for them, just a little bit worrying across the board for this team, because made it to the first one, Super Weekend, right? Didn't do very well. That momentum carried through into a week that we have to play Sanhok, exposing, needing to face a weakness, didn't come through strong, didn't make in the second week. They have that time off that they didn't want to have, but how did they use it, right? Can they come back stronger? Because I did say, don't want to hype any teams up, but come on, it's GSG. Your fellow team in the other region are trying to frag out right now, and their Arabian team should be able and just need to do the same.
I mean, they've got Arab in their name. They're basically home. They are in the Arabia PMPL, Tarzan. This is wherever, if any, they should be doing well. And I think also that speaks to a lot of those teams down at the bottom, where the storyline really is who will be able to rise up, because only so many teams can, of course, make the PMPL Arabia finals, and only so many teams can get into the Super Weekend to have that shot at doing so. And unfortunately, 4 of those teams in both the Super Weekend and then, of course, in total to get into the PMPL finals will just have to go.
I think it's going to be interesting also based on one thing. is that some of these lobbies, because we have, zombies not playing, being disqualified, we may have some lobbies with a lower amount of teams. So not only do we lose a team that will become a point sponge, but it will open up certain areas of the map and will make certain placement points. I know it's just a difference of one, but when you have 4 very damage heavy players out of the map, that is going to change things. I don't know how yet, but we are going to see the impact of that.
Yeah, keep in mind that it was actually Zombies who overall, going out at the second Super Weekend, had 3 out of the 10 players in the top fragging for overall leaderboard who were able to get on top. And I think that really speaks to us a lot when you think about the likes of now the top player in that fragging scoreboard here, Tarzan, is actually the likes of RICO Infinity team, where you have NASR on top with 44 points, 44 kills, should I say, tied, of course, with Lord for GUNZ. And I think these do speak to these higher placed teams being more aggressive. And when you also look back and you think about Arab GSG, and then you look at their scores on the other side of it, they've not actually got the high damage. They've not actually got the high kill averages that these other top teams, including even the likes of Alpha Legends with Chaos, are picking up.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of just know what's going on because we've been analyzing how they play. I feel like they're not proactive enough, but we will need to see how they hold themselves out as we go through today's schedule. We have a very Sanhok heavy day. We will have Sanhok first in match 1, then we will have Erangel in between, but 3 Sanhok maps today. Crazy. And we will have 4 groups playing for each map. And as my son toys with my lighting once again. But okay, we explained this before. Let's say it again. So we've got groups A to E, and one group doesn't get to play each of the matches. So from match 1 to 5, the group that doesn't get to play is group E, D, C, B, A. So that kind of explains it. And if you want to go back and have a look at the groups or whatnot, you may have to look for some sources, but otherwise we just look at the game as it is. Sometimes that's just what we do. But a little bit of info, I believe, is groups Zombies Esports, which is disqualified, being in group C. So in their group we have Real Tiger 9, we have South Fate, as well as one more. Someone help me here. It's only you. I'm sorry, Jake, but
yeah, we've got Fate, Zombies, Real Tiger 9, and Falcons. Those were the groups. So it's only Fate, Real Tiger 9, and Falcons. Yeah,
which is great for some of these teams. You've got 2 of these 3 teams only made it to 1 Super Weekend, and maybe that's because they've been playing alongside Zombies, and Zombies been taking away some points. So when Zombies gone now, and we will need to stop talking about their name. So it will open up opportunities for some of these other teams, particular Falcons. Come on, such an amazing week 1 Super Weekend, and they didn't make it to a second one. I wonder what's going through their head and what that preparation process is going to be.
They looked shaky in week 2, Tarzan. They did not look like the team that picked up 196 points in the first Super Weekend. In fact, as you say, maybe, it is the case that they were the highest team overall, even if you count the second week of Zombies, yes, being in that first spot, it's still higher than them. So Falcons, the onus is on them to show that I think they aren't just the 1 week all gold team. They can be consistent here. They can be able to pick up points through multiple Super Weekends, because I think when you look down at some of the bottom end teams, yes, you've got the likes of Real Tiger 9, yes, you've got the likes of NASR as well, but these teams have been, albeit still in 2 Super Weekends, and could potentially be in their 3rd, and with that more consistency could be able to pick up higher points than Falcons overall.
Now, I think the thing with Falcons is the way that they played and dominated in week 1, gave me an idea, an impression that they are going to bounce back, just because they are very methodological. The way that they play was not an accident that they had a brilliant week. but it's definitely something. I did when it comes to maybe the mentality, maybe it's about testing that we talked about. That's possible sometimes in league stage, only if you're confident that you're going to qualify. Obviously, they didn't, but something went wrong there. But like based on how they succeed, and now that the lessons learned, I do feel like they are still going to come in pretty strong for this week 3.
Yeah. And I think as well, pretty strong, not just Falcons at the top, but also those teams slightly above them. And we already spoke about Alpha Legends and how impactful Chaos has been on that roster as more of those veteran list of team or players on that team. But also I want to touch upon RTG. Now, RTG currently sat in 5th position with 238 points, Tarzan. This was not a team going into the PMPL Arabia that were favored to be high up on the leaderboard, quite so high as they were. And when we also think of being in that top 5, and thinking as well going into the finals, it is also the 5 representatives that the Arabian region sends through into the EMEA League.
Oh, that is basically the ladder of the esports, right? So like you need to make sure you are right at the top. But right now, my impression is whoever we send, over right now are obviously, according to the system, they deserve it, but they are not, strong enough. I feel like there's certain things that they need to work on still, that we can form a pattern of their play with very distinct strengths, and RTG is one of those teams that's a bit hard to define still. Like you may see them in those final circles, you wait, oh, you're actually there, and you just didn't know how they end up there. And I think their points kind of show through those super weekend as well, with a more placement point heavy type of point distribution, with but just over 100 kill points, and now at 5th place. Pretty decent there. Got a little bit of point separation between themselves and those below, but not big enough to be secured.
Yeah, and of course, talking about security here, we mentioned these top 5 teams, and we mentioned the bottom now. We also to talk about the last point here that I really had for the leaderboard was these 4 bottom teams, Tarzan, and I wanted to get your thoughts on that as well, because when you look at the likes of now Fate, Snipers, Arab GSG, and Fanatic Zombies, we've of course already talked about Arab GSG, but these other 3 teams in specific, these are the teams that really do need to be able to come up strong. And I think the likes of also Snipers and Fanatic Zombies, they've not made the first super weekend. Yes, they made the second, but they did not have a good result, and they weren't able to break through as well as I think some other teams were, for example Galaxy Racer, who were able to find that success.
But it's interesting for Galaxy Racer as well. They've got a very decent 2 days, and I feel like the last one is just a little bit of a, I mentioned how they play like a hype house, and I was unsure as to how they are going to show consistently after really good games and really good days. And I think that kind of just happened. Like they just a little bit lost of that presence, really. Like, don't know where they've gone. It's like vroom vroom, the car went the wrong way. And that's the 3rd day of that second super weekend. So they need to come back and do better, because like for the love of God, they did not make it in a very convincing manner, even into that second super weekend. So now the 3rd one, time to show the fans why they should support them.
I think as well so important, because keep in mind, they are the only Indian representative currently in the competition of the whole of PUBG Mobile, and that is a lot of weight on the shoulders, I think, of them as well. And you can imagine that does weigh and bear down on them, being so important for not only a region but for a country. And as we head into, of course, the first Sanhok game, we get to see exactly if they can fulfill this pride and be able to make that success for their country as well.
I mean, it's going to be really nice to see, because they are an aggressive team, and to be tested with the skills is about timed and controlled aggression, and Sanhok is the map to test that for sure high level.
And Sanhok are going to be the map, of course, to test it through. And now Sanhok, as you know, Tarzan is my favorite map of them all, and to have 3 Sanhok games in one day is like diamonds to me, is what it is right now, because we get to see the chaos and the adaptiveness in that chaos for all of these teams to be able to show. And I want teams to be able to show this adaptiveness specifically, something that has been lacking through a lot of those bottom place teams.
Yeah, and of course, because we included Group C in this game, so we only have those 15 teams instead of 16, and we also won't see some of these teams that we mentioned, like RICO Infinity Team and SUDOR Esports, did so well in the last Super Weekend, but aren't there. Arab GSG needs to come back strong, not in this game either. So we're going to start once again with it's a repeated theme, right? I think it's 2-1 right now, Galaxy Racer versus YaLLa Esports in boot camp, and they just don't want to give up, man. But I love this. I think it takes a lot of courage, and whoever don't want to come back and fight again just feels like a coward. I think that is probably the reason why they keep coming back, although it can hurt both teams.
Oh yeah, Taz, and I think this is super important fight already off the back between YaLLa and Galaxy Racer, 2 teams who we said both needed these points and are in vital need to be able to get to that Super Weekend. And the momentum as well, something that we speak about. If you get knocked out as a first team in the first game, especially when it's only a 15-team lobby, when there's more chance statistically to pick up more points, especially in the placement side section, that's a big deal for these teams.
Yeah, and I still can't, digest this. Like, I feel like I don't understand what's going through their mind. It's so much of a coin flip sometimes. It's to basically all drop in that same main building, maybe other than one or two, but you don't get your gear. Like, when you don't have a level 1 vest that like reduce damage by more than half, that's a very big difference when it comes to taking these early fights. As you can see, like, Banda taking a side angle may just be what changes things for the dynamics of this fight.
I really like that Bandai is looking for those extra opportunities to, as we say, adapt is the most important word here with Sanhok for today, I think, to try to show how they can take these fights at a different angle and still find that success. And success so important for this squad here, Flare Loyal team, who were not able to make it through to the second Super Weekend, and alongside Rad as well, who these 2 teams in specific also are in desperate need of these points, because although they stand currently in safety, they are still on the bottom of that leaderboard and will need to make sure that they don't get sent into the relegation zone by not making it. But of course, Galaxy Racer, YaLLa Esports already up as we see the first knockouts come through. Galaxy Racer trying to reposition, but will not find anything for now. Powerful gets a little bit tickled there from MJ, but will have to reposition as well. Powerful looking for the off angle is unfortunately 407 will be YaLLa losing 1, losing 2. MJ's found another, now looking for the third. Bandar strikes back, but can Bandar take Ultron down? Not quite, has to be careful. Already half health and will get knocked off the off angle of Dawas, and this is super good for Galaxy Racer already. 3-0 for them, and they only had to clean up Powerful, the last man standing, not even full health. Might look to try flush out a few kills, might actually look for the team wipe though, because look on the other hand, is 2-on-1 situation. Ultron and Rice, they're both looking for these revives, and that grenade stopping the angle for Powerful to be able to now stop the revive more specifically on Galaxy Racer. Even look at iKURD though. This could be the upset, this could be the steal. If iKURD take away Powerful, has to watch his positioning, still looking in, so low health, has to go in the door, shuts it in the face of Galaxy Racer, looking for the reposition, but there's no healing, Tarzan. There's nothing left for YaLLa. They have to fight perfectly against the 2 members of Galaxy Racer. But what can they realistically do?
So tricky with the third-party potential coming from iKURD as well. Like, Powerful is just buying time, and that third party actually helped him out, and he's still looping around, like, so hard to find any more resources as he just gets... That third party eventually arrived, but at the price of 1 player as well. But iKURD may be able to be the one who farmed this out of all that. Galaxy Racer needs to find the right retreat path because, they are all damaged. All the resources are low after that, crazy first fight, and now need to hold this down.
But this is only 2 members of iKURD inside the lobster building. Keep this in mind, because Rowan is actually on the off-angle, Tarzan, and they're still looking to find their entrance into the compound because they were that long-range scout. So it is actually a disadvantageous fight for iKURD, and you might think, well, just rush straight in, just finish Galaxy Racer off while they're already stumbling, but the play here to wait is actually the better play overall.
I feel like iKURD could have done a better formation with a pincer formation, because if they studied the VODs, they would know about this time. Okay, let's say if they came in 30 seconds earlier, Galaxy Racer would still all be in the lobster building, because that's how they take their 4v4s. And if you just stop their retreat paths from all the angles, they will be really low on ammo. If you just, let's say you have equal traits in HP, in your sprays, etc., and in all the positions, then that is how you slowly choke them down and win. Like, they might be down to bandages. I don't think there's any more like first aids for this team, but they have to really just like use that numbers advantage right now inside the lobster building as they first take one.
That's so bad for the side of iKURD, losing that one-on-one trade with Ran, and Villain still not there to be able to help. So can Helmet be able to, with the help of Ran, now find that extra angle? Because they're buying now time for Galaxy Racer with this reposition to make that revive, and still Galaxy Racer, as a result, lose no one for that trade, despite a now 1-for-1 onto Ultron. But Helmet's the last man alive, goes too far. Over now on the top, and on the ground of boot camp is even that 4th party looks over with Rad.
My lord, like, I feel like people just really want to. This is a hate issue. Like, it's how I feel like someone wants a piece of boot camp all the time. But I think it's also wise, like, because if you're around this area, you are in some powerful position, you can overwatch this and, steal some knocks, put pressure on. And Galaxy Racer needs to come up with a plan, right? Knowing there is just more than this team in here. And you can see them using those trio with those early 3 kills, decide, to replenish resources, find a way to move out together. And I think that's the wise decision coming from this team. I mean, 3 points already, and still got 3 players can still make a lot of good stuff happen.
I like the way that they're positioning, though, in boot camp specifically, because when we look back at the zone here, Tarzan, we note as well that the zone has moved over majority towards the main island of Sanhok. So going away up towards the north side, where the zone actually is heading, makes a lot of sense, and that makes a lot more sense than actually going towards the middle part of the main island, where you actually could find yourself more contested by teams moving up towards this center point of that zone. As you can see, I am right here, where you see NASR, Fate, even more stuck in the center, and that's why it's making more sense to Galaxy Racer to dodge all of that congestion.
And I think this phase 2 will be very interesting, and it just center up right over that main island, and like Falcons, very interesting, right, to see that they've got so much room to work with, and with the splits coming through for this. These groups as well in this lobby, they just have a lot of room that they can play with, and it's scary if you give Falcons a little bit more thinking space, because they can come up with very good splits, and they definitely know how to use their advantage. But we'll see the majority of that congestion maybe around that the quarry area, especially towards Barn Hill and all those spots with some very famous and very highly favored high grounds, and we may get to see more of that. But you can see iKURD still trying to cause some issues in boot camp as they knock another player of Galaxy Racer, chasing them all the way out to the outer warehouses.
Yeah, Hellman finds the off angle onto Ultron, but I don't imagine this results to anything in terms of a kill because of how protective these warehouses will be. The use of the walls, the cover should just be enough. I think it is a little bit spicy for Max Cash and how they decide to move over to the rest of their team, but they could also just move back over the hill and still use the warehouse itself as a blocker if iKURD don't find the right angle to take them out on. So this is also a case of iKURD. How willing are they to press for these kills? How willing are they to stop Galaxy Racer? Because when you look towards the future of this game, it could actually be Galaxy Racer that then gatekeep iKURD in response.
I think they also should think 2 steps ahead. Okay, let's say they have a great scenario where the circle keeps coming into boot camp. They won't have any resources to fight. So, like, as a third-party team, that you need to have enough resource to play that game. And now that they got themselves in there, but basically minimal, like meds, is going to be very hard to play. And I think this is going to add some flavor once again. Like, trying to loop outside of bootcamp is a respectful thing to do coming from Fanatic Zombies, because we know how busy bootcamp can be. Just from that 2 teams, that's enough pressure. So they're playing that coastline, trying to get some eyes in, but have not been able to stay stealthy because the ridgeline protection, they did not use it well enough. And that's also, you know, the presence shown by some of these other teams in there. Galaxy Racer just has interesting trigger discipline, should I say. They're just incredibly aggressive.
I think Galaxy Racer not fighting Hero is better, because if they go for these fights, if they look for the shots and they don't get a knock, Fanatic Zombies stay in the area, and then what you find is Galaxy Racer, they're suddenly pinched in between 2 teams. There's nowhere to go when they're relying on the zone, which is going to be fairly close towards these squads, going now into even phase 3 to stay with them. And leaving it up to chance is not the way Galaxy Racer want to leave this.
You know what? Like, that is exactly what I wanted to hear from you. That's basically my point. So well done, you. I'm proud of you. And yes, I was going to say the same. I try to set you up when we say Galaxy Racer. Open fire. Just now that they got themselves stuck. But of course, they don't have what the perspectives that we have from the spectator, you know, mode. But Galaxy Racer just went to take that hill anyway. Very strong hill right there, but it's not easy, right, to claim it, because it might just be the case that Galaxy Racer are keeping someone in those warehouses, forcing them up the hill and set a trap there. You never know, right? That's how you zoom out and rethink that. But they will be able to play that same game for a little bit longer, because Bootcamp is still in that circle for this Western shift for Phase 3.
Fortunate for now, but also when you look towards Paradise Resort, Tarzan, still inside the zone. In Flare Loyal Team, you talked about the looting phase have not moved from Paradise Resort, and now they are at the point where they have to stay and defend in Paradise Resort. Already, as you can see, teams looking to engage upon them. You've got more up front, RTG, ready to press onto them. But on the backside as well, you do have to keep in mind the likes of Fate and also Real Tiger 9 looking for this position as well. Even Falcon on the off angle. And that is why it's so important and so good, I think, as well, for Flare Loyal Team to make this 4x1 split in this diamond formation, because they cover those angles and they make sure that no one is going to sneak their way into the compound.
Just really tricky to play Paradise Resort. I think you want to position yourself, if possible, right? If you've got the priority, if you drop there and you arrive early, you want to set up in the side that is kind of facing the center, like, and really have a good split there. You have escape strategies, and you can really transition that into either a quicker rotation compared to the other teams if it shifts away, or you can just gatekeep if it ever shifts towards you. But we have these big rocks, you know, held by Fate, and it's going to be pretty messy in the middle. And using the AWM in Sanhok as well, I would love to see some shots coming from that guy.
The boulders, the only protection for Fate right now is they are stuck in between fighting NASA, but also SCYTES and Rad on the off angle, as Fanatic Zombies will also be able to strike one down as well from NASA. They are also having Miracle down. Sorry for Fate also, this 1-for-1 trade, but NASA are going in for the engage. They want to find the shots, but they can't find it. They lose Batika as well. They lose Miracle from SCYTES on the off angle, as we said, and now this looks awful for NASA. Only Hassan alive, and they had to survive as a snake in amongst all of these teams, all of these players in the center of this zone.
Oh, Ragnarok just really popped off there. It was like a 1v2. Of course, it's reactive. He's holding this jack, but that third-party pressure coming through from Rad as well could have been very scary, but Ragnarok just took that 1v2 anyway and will hold this spot still, for the side of Fate. But you can see Fate is kind of not having the best split that they want. I feel like those two, they're hiding in that shack or small house in there, seems to be reactive to the pressures from other teams. And SCYTES in a very good position to stop Fate from rotating out later on and definitely have eyes on them.
SCYTES have a brilliant position because they don't have really anyone behind them, but the zone denies everything away from them because the zone moves so far up to that northwestern side that it forces all 14 of these teams, Tarzan, to make this rotation in. It looks like it's going to be along the hills to the bridge towards that northwest island. And as you can see, that is why SCYTES are going straight in for the fight. But Fate Esports already losing one. Lave not long for as well. The SCYTES bombard all 4 members on top of them. But they find one anyways before being knocked. It's only going to be 1 or 2 trades. SCYTES pick up 2 nice ones.
I think that's a very decisive move. Like, they know that they may not be easy pass in, and they just need to clear what's in front of them. Just play with the info that's available to them. And they took that 2-for-1 before they have to move for another, 200 meters. The Ragnarok might still be in the way to, revenge. But you know what? The team that's set up already, or circle given to, right, is FalconsEsport. And the reason why they're so good in week 1 is if you give them a spot, they would just take it away. And I think this is huge for them. Okay, if they are in form, right, if they're out of that week 2 slump, then this is going to be a big game for them.
Loyal team navigating their way outside of the Paradise Resort as well. A little bit trickier said than done here as Loyal do find themselves losing 2 members, one already confirmed out of the game by Real Tiger 9. And this is only a trio, so they still equalize 2-on-2 with 1 member less than Flare Loyal team initially started out with. And Galaxy Racer, they too, spending so long stuck trying to navigate their way out of the boot camp section, have been caught by guns in the backside, are also now trying to fish out these kills from iKURD. In the meanwhile, understanding they cannot let iKURD either get to that island, otherwise it makes that extra third party just that more difficult for Galaxy Racer to make their way into zone themselves.
Oh, and Galaxy Racer just very dedicated to a plan, right? They want to gatekeep these coastal line team, and they do it. But honestly, the key thing is to also get info ahead, and they're just trying to have a little bit of a small split. And I think that would be enough for now. As you can see that coastline, no one wants to touch it because that is very exposed to all the surrounding hills that is on that southeastern edge, as well as the compounds controlled by Falcons, and we will have the Nick Circle, and man, that is so mean. That is so mean. That is like giving the game to Falcon almost and force all these teams into the area that I just talked about that they just want to avoid. And this is going to be a bloodbath and run and gun situation.
The last time I saw a zone like this, Tarzan, was back in PMCO UK, where we saw all of those teams in the finals have to fight in this exact compound on that bridge, on that entrance towards the Northwest Island. And when we saw that game, what was the control factor was whoever took that Northwest compound itself, that is exactly the team that ended up winning the game, because it is so strong in its ability, as you say, to stop those teams engaging up the hill, also those teams on the cliffside below. There's no way up for them because of the way this zone has gone. SCYTES as well, finding themselves hard now fought against on rotation. All of them fall down instantaneously. 5 kills up for Rad, but they're not quite done yet. They've got Fanatic Zombies on their tail. They've already lost one. They make it a 1-for-1 trade, all while the blue zone eats up their health bars.
Oh, you know what? It's so hard to play these circles, but whichever team can stay calm, do proper resource allocation, and then very defined roles, right? When it comes to like trading and spoiler plays, shall excel in these, because otherwise you just one out of 8 teams that said, "Oh crap, this circle, like screw this circle." It's not just that, like they're making the most of that situation, and this compound is that game-winning one. As they continue to get the circle, Falcon Esports are chilling. What a great way to start week 3, but it's not over yet. But as you can see, like Papa Blue is already doing too much work now. 8 teams remaining, 12 players. My lord.
They just can't escape the blue zone. This is the case as well. And keep in mind, even snipers, they're somewhere far off to that northeastern region of the zone, exiting out Paradise Resort, still healing, keep in mind, for as long as they possibly can. So this is also up to them to maintain their lead. There's also HOTLINE Esports now fall down, leaving only 6 remaining. The Falcons, can they keep this position safe? RTG, they're outside of zone. They need to cross over the road. This should be, as we say, Falcons' game to take. They eliminate Rad as well, taking us to the final 5.
It's just so mean, like this circle. As we can see, though, you could see this is what's important. The transition into the healing strat are how you can get so many of those placement points. As you can see, RTG may be outlived by the other teams who are playing that tank strat, because they are against the multiple fire and they did not have any other options.
Oh man, Tarzan, they went 1 by 1. They just got picked off like dominoes by Falcons. They've clipped everything away and had actually the side of RTG waited. Yes, Sniper as well in the background, but had RTG waited, Tarzan, that zone goes away from also Falcons. It goes away from everyone. But Falcons, they've done the damage. Snipers fall to RTG healing. There's no way out, and this is Falcons' game. All they gotta do is walk into that zone and wait for everyone to die.
Oh my goodness. Like, how, it's basically Falcons win, right? So I kind of just give it to us to say, hey, the prediction is right. Like, with those compounds, they can take it, especially knowing Falcons being Falcons. This is a great way to start this week. But where snipers were? When you're dedicated to do the healing strat, they were almost in Mong Nai. That is insane. Right, that is insane, but insanely clever if you just want to guarantee some points in the Sanhok heavy week. Right, as you can see, Falcons are dancing already, and but one of them got knocked. And is that how it should be? I think they just kept it in there, want to maybe find that final guy, and at least didn't die to anyone. And everyone's just dancing, doing emote. And you know what? It's time to chill a bit from time to time. And that's just a very interesting way to start this week, Island Wolf.
A very chill way to start off this week 3 with Falcons, of course, getting back on form with the big fat W on this first Sanhok game. And good to see them back on top as well. I was a little bit worried with week 2 what was coming from them, so their dominance once again here. But we also have to head our way towards a break here, Tarzan, before we break down exactly how Falcons got to that win. So we will see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia League stage. The final week of it is we've just hit through the first game of Sanhok, where FalconsEsport took the win. As well, a big thanks to our sponsor, Nemo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League National Cup Campus Championship in 2021. Of course, my name is Highland Wolf, joined by the wonderful Professor Tarzan, and what a return to form this was for the Falcons.
Yeah, it's a very weird game in a way. It's like Falcons got the circle, and then I can only say they made the rotations that's needed proactive enough so they could use that position well, where they at least got themselves 9 kills in that circle. But it's so much of knowing how to play run and gun, and then resource allocation, and then very distinct roles like between your players that allowed some of these teams to get more points. But we're going to look at that match stats to find out what exactly happened. Of course, we've got Falcons on top. They are starting to fly again. 24-point game for them. But RTG, very good way to start week 3 as well. 15 points. Then we've got GUNZ with 14 and Rat with 13. But look at those stats coming through. Rat is trying to frag. That is 9 kills for them in this one, and Galaxy Racer ever so confident and aggressive in this, taking 8 out of the 9 points from kills.
This was very important for Galaxy Racer for those kills, and I think there too for Rad, because as you can see, they didn't pick up the majority of placement points. It was in fact those top 3 teams that you do see picking up those placement points overall, so picking up those kills is what sends them higher on that leaderboard compared to the rest of these teams on the lower end of the spectrum. We do look if their loyal team downwards, just unfortunate for them not able to find anything in the kills or placement points, combined by, of course, as we said, the definition of that game, as you put it, the Papa Blue MVP.
That is crazy. I did those quick maths just now. We started with 59 players, right, for that game in those 15 teams, and Papa Blue took 11 lives. Like, I feel like when I started that calculation, exactly, like that's more than any team, and that's why they're doing MVP. Assist as well, you know, but we're going to look at some more stats to look at the top players from that game, and let's find out who's leading that one. Nice to see Max Cash from Galaxy Racer on the leading that chart when it comes to that damage. It's just continuous fighting, like from boot camp to outskirts of boot camp, but it kind of just end there, right? Because of how crazy that circle was.
Max Cash really showing up strong, I think, for that initial fight. But as well, you can see Senku from RTG, joined by the 2 Falcons, Last and Damar, the Last picking up the highest amount of frags for them. And also Damar, I think, being so crucial for that final end of gameplay, where it was Damar, in fact, to take down RTG one by one, as we said, because they didn't go together, and unfortunately the zone just gobbled them up.
It's so hard. Like, you kind of peek and test the water a little bit if you were RTG and say, you know what, no, we're not giving those points away. Like, and it's so tricky, you know, to know like what's the best thing to do. But YaLLa Esports, why? I just feel like it's not the fact that they dropped boot camp, but maybe our hopes are too high, like when it comes to this team, and just doesn't make it out alive again. I think it's 3-1 or just even 4-1 like, at this point between them and Galaxy Racer.
I think Galaxy Racer definitely showing some promise, but for sure YaLLa, I think, needs to change up their drop spots a little bit. You can consider as well with, also if we keep in mind, the Zombies not playing in this anymore, so that also is a place that YaLLa can look to take in the future, but is also now up to them to overall, I think, and never mind where they drop, have a better team fighting prowess, especially in this initial stage, because going out so early does harm them so much. Player loyalty as well, I think another team a little bit scared to move out from the compound Paradise Resort. Yes, it was in zone for so long, but that moment that it moves away, you have the northern side of the zone. It actually favored them a lot more after RT9 went down than other teams to be able to get a good result.
Yeah, Yeah, and you could see, like, last, although he is leading that frag shot, he's done less than 300 damage. Like, you could see that is just you finishing kills,
Kill steals.
holding the hand of Papa Blue or like some of your enemies, and just efficiency because of how that zone puts so much pressure. And those 24 points, like in a game just over 1,000 damage, I don't know whether I should say lucky or just like time, well executed, efficient, maybe is the word.
Efficient, and certainly that is what the Power Blue did to those players. But of course, we have to say goodbye to Sanhok for now, because the next match on the card is going to be Erangel. And this time around, we won't be seeing Group D play in it. So there's going to be no Fate, there's going to be no Real Tiger 9, and no Falcons, more importantly, this time to play this second game. In fact, instead, we're going to be saying hello to Arab GSG, RICO Infinity Team, Alpha Legends, and SUDOR. So this is interesting in the fact that actually we see both RICO Infinity Team and Alpha Legends, two of those top 5 teams, in fact, two of the top 4 teams, more specifically, to be able to play and see what they can be able to bring, and also Arab GSG, what they can bring onto Erangel.
The storylines coming from this Group E is just really stacked. Very colorful, right? Like Arab GSG, terrible. From Super Weekend 1, like just terrible. But they do have that fan base. They did have the rest. They learned the lesson. Hopefully, this they can come in strong. Alpha Legends still, can't be ignored because they are still kind of high up there. But when you get overtaken by like SUDOR and RICO Infinity, like you would be like, that means Alpha Legends could have done more, because these other two teams were like, oh, it's surprising to see them there. But interestingly, they are the teams that are also in this group. So we're going to see that. And this is the only game today that we will have 16 teams, right? But wake up, Rad, as we said, and Galaxy Razor with the vroom vroom, they both did quite a lot of damage in that game.
Man, look at those stacked amount of kills. Look at those stacked amount of damage points that they were able to bring through Tarzan, because it was there, both Rad and Galaxy Razor, who did the work alongside, as we say, Papa Blue. And it was not about that healing done. It was all about those kills, as we say. And coming, I think, from Galaxy Race, of course, being stuck in boot camp for so long, but as well, Rad also getting stuck on their rotations in, caught by a lot of those other teams when that zone does shift so hard. But I think also we spoke about adaptiveness being so important for those teams. If that game does not sum it up, I think that is the importance of showing how to be adaptive and showing how to transition into a different playstyle where you're not going for the kills, but you're instead going for purely those placement points. And we saw that come through from other teams who didn't have good performances before, like Sniper, who were able to pick up high amounts of points considering the rest of this lobby, 8 points in total for them.
I think it's also, of course, like they've shown, snipers, they've shown a little bit of, passive style. It's not a bad thing, right? But of course, people have a lot of ego and hype going into the fragging teams and their aggressiveness. That's just maybe a very primal sense. But don't forget about the analysis of the map. I feel like run and gun has to be kind of the way to play, like for some of these teams on that southern end. But for that circle, for that shift, if you are coming from the Monai and Takmok side, like your entry paths are so much more exposed. It's very hard to find, a part for you to play, and the Nyx cover is hard to see. So like that is another consideration that we need to take when it comes to these types of strategies.
I think as well, we do have to look back at the second week of play and the second league stage, where it was actually Snipers here, Tarzan, that picked up the overall 41 points in the first day of league stage. But when it came to that second day, we did see those weaknesses come through again, and they didn't get so many points, but they were good enough on our first day to be able to get themselves to the Super Weekend. Now, I think Snipers are probably one of the teams that I have the biggest question mark over, because I do
Mm.
wonder, as you say rightly, can they be able to take that aggression? I think the team that joins alongside them is, of course, Fanatic Zombies, who we just sort of see them disappear. They just sort of ghost their way out of the match sometimes.
It almost feels like they've never really appeared. Like, I know that sounds really bad. I'm sorry, but we are just, the camera follows the action, and then if we don't see it, we look at the numbers, and it is lacking. We can't really, give you more than that. Like, it is not distinct. The stats are not suggesting that they are doing enough. And every time we kind of see them on screen is a bit like not very clean. Like, sometimes you see some
Yeah.
movements, see some splits, and you know exactly what they're trying to do. And then it's textbook done well. And for them, it's like these two teams, I'm not sure whether they're doing something textbook. It's a bit hard to read what they're exactly trying to do, but whatever and however they try to execute it is definitely not on point. So, like, they just really need to work through it.
I think that these two teams really need to step up a gear, as you talked about driving. It is the sixth gear that we need to put themselves in, and they need to really charge forward, because, as we say, this is the do or die point for both of these teams. If we look at that overall leaderboard and we think about that, Tarzan, they are two of these four teams currently in that relegation zone, where if they don't make it to the Super Weekend, they're just straight up out. There's no ifs or buts, as we say, for them. They just don't get to participate in the PMPL Arabia finals. So it's up to them to prove to us now, more than ever, that they can realistically hang with those top teams. Like, of course, GUNZ, who still, despite a tricky zone, despite being caught behind, I think, in terms of positioning, so many of these teams, they were still able to come out with a fairly good position. They were still able to come out with those high placement points.
I think it's about time, to go inwards and you look at everything that you already have and look for that secret recipe, because otherwise you just can't pop off. Like, sometimes if you just keep repeating, then it's going to be quite hard. But we are going to head into game 2 on the green hills of Erangel. We will meet, and it's not just us, it's about the rest of these teams.
It's about Renault and that Renault 5 Series, Tarzan, as well, because born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with a much-loved Renault 5 Series and this much not-loved playing path, Tarzan, because it is all the way to the northern side, which does not favour how these teams have been playing on Erangel so far. And for me, this is great, because I've been waiting to see a northern zone all darn competition.
I think it's very interesting for the likes of RICO Infinity team as well, right? The when it comes to points, the best team in that last day of Super Weekend that just passed, right? But when you have a circle like this and place you to your favorite drop spot, which is Zaki, which is very predictable, by this point, because whenever it's given to them, they will go there, but they just don't show up sometimes when they're given this drop. We rarely see any northern playing path, so this is really an interesting change. And SUDOR, another team that is from that group who did decently well, will share another very northern position coming from Severny, but they will have to move down because we have a southwestern first circle.
This is an intriguing zone, I think, to these players, because it offers a lot of opportunity, should I say here, because not only do you have the obvious let's rotate down from the northern side straight into zone, but also there is that space on the South Island as well, Tarzan, and that means that squads like Rad, like GSG, like Snipers, they could actually make that heads-up rotation, loot up in the Sanhok military base for phase number 1, and then move away phase number 2 over towards that south end of zone, or even if the zone moves hard towards them in that military base, just stay there and stay put.
An interesting series of events here as well. Alpha Legends playing around Yasnaya, and GSG is interesting because I remember GSG Europe does similar splits, coming into the Kameshki site as well. And You know, I'm going to ask you this question. Like, it might be just something that you know already, but do you think the teams, like the several teams or multiple teams under the same organization, practice against each other, or do they share similar strategies? How does it work? Like, that is something that I really would love to know.
I feel like they must share the difference in their play styles and maybe cross that over, and especially prepare for cross regional competition, right? Where you think about teams in the EMEA league, of course. And unfortunately, though, might not be the case for Fanatic Zombies winning out this game, never mind cross-regional play, because they're getting slammed by the GUNZ Esports squad. Just a barrage of players, 4v1. There was no chance that the Zombies got out of that one alive.
And that is just good scouting, really, right? Like, you may be going from a very far position, and then you were like third person peeking, you see a random solo player running around, and you decide to take them out. Or it could be coming from that studying of the map as well, to know this is their split. Is a bad 4x1 split, for example, so we should hunt them down. It's going to be very hard for them to grab any support, etc. So that is also one way to play it, and we do encourage it, although it sucks for the side of Fanatic Zombies. They will be a very, very vulnerable target to get hunted down.
That's of course the risk versus reward though of these splits, because with Erangel, when you play like that, yes, you're going for the more loot rather than being safe as a team together, but when you have the zone like this, it is so tricky and will force teams more likely than not more together than had it been a central playing path. I think that it does make a lot more sense, Tarzan, if Fnatic Zombies at least made a 2-2 split instead of a 2 or 4-1 time split, because as a result, you can see that they lose one player and they're already struggling out of that first game. They still need to find some way to come together, which is often the problem when teams split so far away, coming together when it comes to the late game.
It's just tricky. Also because of the issue of momentum. We mentioned how some of these better teams are defined by how they can still play well when they've lose one or even two players early. Like, let's go down to one player, they can still get points, but some of these teams just can't stop that domino effect. Oh, I got killed. And then you become... Sometimes one of the reasons is being that emotional dead weight. Like, someone in the team, or might be the person who dies, would just, draining the energy and motivation of the team, feeling like, oh, we definitely can't win now that we've lost one player. But I feel like that's something that shouldn't happen at this caliber play. But like, after all, emotional control and these like mentality training will be very, very relevant at any level of competition.
I mean, no negative Nancy's. You sort them straight out, Tarzan, okay? This is your profession. You gotta teach them. You gotta teach them good, because this is, of course, the league stage. As we say, this is, for some of these teams, the do or die 2 days, do or die 8 matches that they play to be able to either qualify or not qualify. And, well, for Fnatic Zombies, they have to qualify. As we say, if they don't qualify into the Super Weekend, there's just no more competition for them. They are mathematically eliminated. And I think another team that I've been kind of desperate to see a little bit more from is actually HOTLINE, because HOTLINE here, Tarzan, they have their good moments, but they have also had their very low moments on the other side of it. And you do worry for them because they're not super high on that leaderboard either.
Oh, like, there's so many teams that I worry about. I feel like at this point, and also because of us like having one team disqualified, that has been taking a lot of that spotlight that, should I say, that they didn't deserve. It's going to change many, many things. Like, when it comes to teams, this point sponge situation, and we are yet to, see how it impacts the lobby, right? Because that game one was so different. It's not just because it's on Sanhok, it's because of the circles. But this game we will get to see a lot. And I think in the coming 2 to 3 games, we will have a very good representation of like the current, dynamics of the lobby. And RTG is definitely one of those teams, right? That we mentioned from the get-go today to say, hey, we just want to see more. Like, we know you are okay when it comes to points, but it's hard to say what you're good and bad at.
NASR, they get their 4th member through. Miracle, not going to be caught by Flare Loyal Team. And Flare Loyal Team interests me and surprised me in a way that they don't pick up more points than they do, because on paper, when it comes to the early game, I think this is their strongest spot, Taz. And I think that they always end up controlling these good locations on any map initially. But when it comes to the late game phase, and when it comes to converting those good positions into something positive, that's where they sort of fall short.
I think you're definitely right. Like, some of those, a good amount of those points from this team as well comes from those early fights. Like, very early, we're talking about, within 3-4 minutes of landing. And I think one thing, like, just an educated guess for teams that can excel like early or mid game fights but not in the end game, is how they lack some spatial awareness. Like, they tunnel onto one fight, they know how to approach that one fight like an expert, but they may have approached it in a way that will only work if that team is the only team on the map. Like, there's so much that you have to consider, and knowing there's a timing, time limit to a particular fight based on landscape, etc. And they just really need to show it now, and we will have that circle shifting towards that coastal line. Very interesting. We still have some military base in play. Some of these teams, if they have high resources and want to take a bit of a bet, they can go through that southern island. But so many of these teams will still be playing on that main island because of a very northern playing path, and we are slowly getting all these compounds taken away.
RTG now moving up against the few members of YaLLa as they will rotate their way through. But also, I think it's a heads-up play as Flame unfortunately does get knocked by DKA, that snipers do find themselves on that heads-up rotation in past Sanhok. They looted up like I anticipated early on, and then they moved towards the coastal line on the northern side. Now, this makes a lot of sense because snipers, had they stayed on the South Island, yes, it stays with them for phase 2, but there's always that what if factor, right? It's always that what if the zone goes back up north? How do we actually get across that bridge if someone is camping that bridge itself? And that is why it's such a smart rotation from snipers, and that's what I would like to see from a team who, as we say, needs to get those points and needs to make that super weekend.
I think that is definitely a strong suit by a team, but it's so hard to, say this is where I excel when you don't know how to do the other things somewhat well, right? Like, you know how to rotate and avoid action, fine, right? But if that's the only way that you can play, you will run out of options, is what I'm saying. As you can see, the other team that can show that adaptiveness, right? And the different modes of playing, like at any phase of the game, is definitely GUNZ Esports. I love seeing this team play, and they are here to maybe just take more from these other kids, as we have RTG going to struggle a little bit because that car may just get blown up and they may just lose a second player.
I like how you say kids, Tarzan. Don't make yourself feel too old now, okay? I mean, you're not that old, okay? You can still hang with the kids, if you put it that way.
I'll share with you something later on. Like, when I still do this thing where I train with some teams that I coach, and sometimes even stop in for tournaments and scrims. And I do have an account that I use to do that, and you don't know that's me, but I have a very interesting name. But I don't plan to say that on here, otherwise I get friend requests like I do on the other one, as well as I just can't play stealthy anymore, and I love playing stealthy. But I will share that with you, and I hope you won't giggle too much later on. But I'm sure you
better slide into my DMs. Slide into my DMs later, Tarzan. You know what it's about. Like Flare Loyal Team, they still move their way up north, and I like this way that Flare Loyal Team are playing together, because if you look at their split, Tarzan, it is actually that sort of diamond formation once again, and I feel that this is almost like their centerpiece of their playstyle, moving their way through into the zone slowly. but doing it carefully is these 4x1 splits. And we also see that taken advantage of by other teams like Real Tiger 9 in the first game, where they actually took the fact that if they go in all three members in one direction, they can actually take one member out and then move out from there. And that's why you see Flare Loyal Team, I think, adapting in the second game to be more closer together, specifically, as that zone does shift towards them and shift so many towards all of these teams. And I think that this is really going to be a case of not only positioning, but much more about the team fighting, whereas it was the opposite in that first game.
The timing to enter that zone is so tricky as well. Like, if you are close to power positions, start scouting and claim it early, because we can see the likes of some of these compounds surrounding Pochinki. We have Pochinki Hill, now held by Galaxy Racer. And for many of these other teams, like, if they want to even approach these areas and not fall into the area of control by them, they need to just time it perfectly. Like, go in when it's the busiest or least predicted. Just need to come up with some ways. Like, what I'm saying is, so many power positions around, and all the entering of the circle is going to be a bit tricky.
Snipers still holding on to that South Island position, but I think maybe the time to move could be approaching here for the Snipers. Is, I think, for so many of these teams, particularly those locked out on the southwestern side of that zone, I think that is where it lies the trickiest of positions for these squads. And particularly, as you can see here, RICO Infinity Team trying to navigate around Fanatic Zombies. And although this is an advantage, you have to be very respectful to Fanatic Zombies, because they do hold the power position, and that is why you see RICO Infinity Team trying to play with the numbers, Tarzan, are trying to play with the off angles to pick Fanatic Zombies slowly apart.
There's one thing that Fanatic Zombies just didn't do, man. Like, they did not delegate. You could see the small arrows, like, just moving all around. Everyone's trying to keep 360. You can't do that. Like, sometimes you need to, yes, keep it a little bit, but you need to have a side that you take care of to make sure you serve your function. And that's not what they're doing. And you're facing against this team, you can get severely punished.
Fanatic Zombies, they look like they might just be blowing up where they stand. RICO Infinity Team, that smoke won't stop them, Tarzan. They're edging their way ever so closer. This 2-1-1 split heading forward. The smoke's already deployed. Mexico already caught away from the rest of their squad. Chills and Boyka now in dire trouble. Boyka more so than the rest. As it will be the car moving out. They do get away from the zone. This is so important. But look on the off angle. RICO Infinity Team predicted this. They got Prestige on the off angle on the backside, stopping the full-on retreat. And this is a heads-up play from R8T that buys them now Mexico. That should buy them Chills and should buy them the entire trio and 3 kills in total.
I mean, Fanatic Zombies should know this is not where they clump anyway, right? Like, let's forget about the fact that, like, RICO Infinity is big brain and send prestige all around. Like, if you've been noisy boys and fighting, it's so easy for someone to just keep one guy to stop any of these teams leaving this hill. And that is why you have to think one step ahead, and that is like making it work. And RICO Infinity Team will probably farm more than 1 kill in here, as we have another knock coming through. That is a great way to start their week.
Ooh, Chills not able to chill with Fanatic Zombies with RICO Infinity Team. R8T smack them down, and the monkey bag and all gets looted up, and they make their way through into the zone. R8T proving why they are in the top 3 spots of the Super Weekend. SCYTES as well getting forced out of the zone as they are made to rotate elsewhere. YaLLa still holding on to their own position, as we can see NASR on the south side looking to edge their way towards Pochinki. Now, Pochinki, the only compound currently here, but the more important and interesting part about Pochinki is that it's only the buildings, not the hill, that is in play with this zone.
Yeah, and still a little bit, right? But it's not enough. Like, you basically leaving the most OP spots in there, but you can see how these teams want to just play around that central belt and even using those new positions. But we will have YaLLa getting eliminated. That is just another heartbreak for them. But Galaxy Razors not having the best time either. Frank's trying to get so much off this rich line.
Look at those grenades. That is like a stream of grey death moving on top of anyone that dares to move on top of GUNZ. GUNZ are using everything to get out of this position, and rightly so, because this is such a tricky position to get out of, and they know that there are teams behind them. They know that their position is not guaranteed inside of their zone, and that's why you see them so desperately trying to find that last member. MJ of Galaxy Racer has the Jeep, has the tires still there, has not chosen to pop them, anticipating they may have to rotate even further. The other two members of Galaxy Racer unable to help as much. As even SUDOR, they make their way up top, but get knocked by Lord. One going for now, will stop the rotation in for one other squad. So will be also NASR, still on the south side, looking for their own entrance in.
You can see, like, when you are playing Edge like the snipers and you don't have a particular method in it, like, as if it's your only option, you just get heavily punished as they went out. But you know what? GUNZ using the position, they are getting a little bit impatient because they can be stabbed from every side. That is MJ taking that kill, and that is one person that GUNZ shouldn't have lost, but what a brilliant nade. And MJ will not be able to hold that position any longer.
MJ knocked, the vehicle being popped on that one side to protect MJ for the meanwhile. Was good play, but Galaxy Racer don't have enough plays in the playbook to take down GUNZ Esports. They still keep Max Cash alive though, the one player left for them inside the postal tower, but can they be able to survive is the question, with so many players around him and still full squads looking to oppress that exact spot. Freak, though, the off-angle player from GUNZ loses a vehicle, and you imagine that this sends GUNZ as well to the two players remaining in this game.
And I was thinking for RTG, thinking whether that's the time for them to open fire, because it's tricky. You want to take a kill and not just take the car. They are getting gate capped by GUNZ, and so the trigger discipline has to be spot on. Like, the time to strike has to be like perfect. And now they have to breach this. They've got more grounds to cover. Wrapping behind them is another team.
Rad up against for their loyal team though. They too caught inside the bunkers, caught in the dip. SUDOR Esports unable to make it past RTG and GUNZ. It got sandwiched in between, but Rad are sandwiching their loyal teams in the dip with the grenades. This is not the type of explosive party they wanted on a Monday evening here. Rad are continuing the assault though, nevertheless. Flare loyal team desperate to make that revive. 1-for-1 trade comes through for now. But can Rad find the extra members? Clumping up together, Flare loyal team. One grenade could send them all packing. But what do Rad have left?
Oh, I think this may be where Loyal Team can make it work, because they are good in these small skirmishes. When it's so linear, they didn't have to worry about other sides as much as they push it in, because they have to get into the circle, but will first get knocked.
This is Flare Loyal Team playing so well with that mollies, straight into the dips, crushing the hopes of Rad. Exactly how you play that one as Flare Loyal Team. The grenade hit, make them walk up straight into it. GUNZ Esports still holding for now, one in the pipe, but they've been spotted. No sewer rats hidden today, as it will be RTG Esports to take one down. Just one more to go. Lord unable to find a kill alongside it. GUNZ Esports eliminated in 10th position on the outskirts. So look at that zone. RICO Infinity team, if this zone goes towards them, could have a massive potential to win this game. But it is where the zone goes, Tarzan decides who wins.
It's so tricky, right? When you are on edge, but in this shift as well. Okay, that's one thing that they can at least do, right? They can have enough information to make progressive rotation, although it's a pretty end-game phase already. Slowly move in from that eastern side, and they can still make it work. But we have a city finish, and there's none other than Pachinki. This is going to be a long one, guys, because we'll have a lot of people trying to stay stealthy, and that's exactly the way that you have to play a lot of these plays.
The long game this time around, Tarzan. It's no Sanhok. It is Erangel, and it feels like Miramar with how long this game is going to go on for. NASR, who have to hold up in their own compound, and this is what we have to think about, Tarzan specifically. It is the control of your own building. Can you keep that control? Can you keep those four walls of protection? Or do you get griefed? Do you fall inside your own safety? R8T alongside likes of Flare Loyal Team looking to try and make that siege happen, but Flare Loyal Team might just go out alongside RICO Infinity Team. They're dropping like flies, 2 down already. Alpha Legends desperate for the extra momentum in this second game. Yoaz can't quite find it. Chaos on the off angle eliminates the squad. Flare Loyal Team eliminated as well.
Just not easy to make those push come in. I feel like I would leave one guy, to play spoiler and then just slowly crawl in. That would be the way that I do it. But they need every member they need it. But crashing into the building may not be the easiest way. But the blue zone is in fact closing. RICO Infinity Team definitely have to fight their way in. But it's about so much of the scrappy city fight at this point.
RTG Esports, so Tarzan, they're looking to try do what the side of Flare Loyal Team could not, but they fear now Alpha Legends is to get sent packing. Only the solo remaining, but this is never mind. RTG Esports wiped as well, and Alpha Legends holding on firm. 2 squad wipes into the third of that RICO Infinity Team as well, who could not make their way into the Pachinki compound. Only 1 member remaining of Galaxy Racer, but they too will fall to the zone, and it is all out Pachinki warfare from this moment on.
It's just so tricky. Like, so much of it is just luck, but from this point onwards, right, it's about using everything with a great purpose. Use it to its max efficiency. Use the smoke, use the full duration of it. Don't waste it. Every single small thing counts in this type of fight, and this is what all those training it really builds up to. iKURD on the other side of the road need to cross now. That is their one goal, and they are going to be a bit of a noisy boy, but using that vehicle, they will be able to cross with no problem.
Ooh, around that was tight though. You saw the bullets fly out from multiple angles, but can they find more through is the question. Rowan is not enough. They have still 3 more players to cross through. The smoke roast being deployed from 2 different angles makes it much harder for teams to guess exactly where they will be moving in from. Alpha Legends as well, as that energy drink runs down, they do have more in their pockets. This is about the momentum. It's about how fast you can move here, and that's why also energy drinks, not so valued, might be of value in these situations. That extra split second that you don't get shot from might be the extra split second that saves you.
Yeah, for sure. And this is also Alpha Legends. I feel like they've got a great way to enter. They've got eyes on multiple sides. They can choose which fight to take. But definitely Jody staying behind to play spoiler could have been very scary. We've mentioned this before. We mentioned this player being in positions that he is trying to make some plays, but failing to survive sometimes.
This is big though, because look at the top 5 currently. iKURD, HOTLINE, and Arab GSG, even to an extent NASR, alongside, of course, the top of Alpha Legends. Whoever can potentially take down Alpha Legends, whoever takes this game potentially out of those 3 bottom place teams, this could be a big momentum shift for them. This could be a big swing for them, as you said. Momentum is so important to take it into Sanhok the next game, take it into your future matches, that you've been able to take 1 game off of some of the top. That's a big deal, especially for Arab GSG, as we say. No Super Weekend Week 2. Rex Osama still alive, but they do have to come out from the gutters themselves. Can they prove worthwhile though? Can this work successfully for them?
Oh, it's going to be so tricky because everyone just know their position now. It's about aggressive smoke. If they've been, using this position, there's no reason why they are low on certain utilities, and they've been in this spot, for a good 2 to 3 phase now. Like, just use an aggressive smoke, exit when you need to, and then just time it right. But we may just first have iKURD now against so many teams. Is going to be so bad. Like, it's phase 8, man, and there's 5 teams remaining, 16 players. That's why we are saying this is a slow one, but iKURD opens the fight first.
It will be around GSG. There's no healing on both of their players. There's nothing left for them. You said they might have utilities, but these grenades are the last gift they can gift towards the side of Alpha Legends. They find one in return. iKURD as well. Find Nabo from NASR. HOTLINE as well. Luke to engage in. NASR surely going to be pinched. Surely going to go down. Nabo will be confirmed by Rowan. iKURD take the kill. Alpha Legends Chaos so spraying like a madman onto Osama. Rex the only one alive now. That smoke road best be good enough, but it's not going to matter. Rex straight into the open arms of Chaos picks a second. And Chaos now looking to turn around over to the fight between NASR and iKURD. NASR defending just now. Hassan the solo player. iKURD went in one at a time. And as a result, Caligar, Schroed, they're still separated. Roran still separated away. Can Hassan find a second? Trying to dip dodge, trying to dodge out everything that iKURD throw at them. The reload, the extra shots, the blunder from iKURD. Hassan picks up a second. Hassan still in this game, picks up the med kit, keeps himself and NASR's hopes alive. 6 points as Alpha Legends captain goes in for the flush. Alpha Legends looking to take it on to HOTLINE. The full squad here, the trio shall I say, is HOTLINE. They are the full team. They are the ones in possession of the building. They are the ones that are getting, despite their control inside, blowing up with the mollies. Their house is on fire, and when a house is on fire, you do not stay in the house. You move HOTLINE. You get the hell out of there. But still, there is nowhere to go. iKURD still on the rooftops playing sniper wars. But now, looking to see who dips onto that balcony gets shot.
Oh, this is literally every footstep counts. It's about the headphones, right, that we talk about. Like, a lot of these people talking about good headphones. For some reason, I actually know exactly what they're talking about. But this is the real test. Audio cues, response, absorbing of pressure, trading, synergy. 4 teams, 8 players, a difference of 7 placement points. But everyone counts in here.
HOTLINE, they lose the next player though. It's only one remaining. HOTLINE, they're gonna have to say goodbye. Can Manbay find it? They find Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends go down. HOTLINE defend for now. This is so crucial that Alpha Legends, the top team out of all of them, get wiped. This is the open chance for all of these lower placed teams to pick up points. iKURD, they move in. Manbay will not move. Manbay in smoke, holding firm. Hassan will get dropped to the blue zone. Phase 9, just too bad for them to handle. iKURD, 2 players. Manbay can't quite find it. And iKURD, they take the win. Tarzan, that was close. But iKURD, they take, of course, the chicken dinner.
I think we can kind of break that down as well. Of course, it's a lot of close quarter combat fight, but iKURD they worked from one side in, so they didn't have to worry about multiple sides, and that is a huge advantage without people noticing, right? But of course, there are small missteps, right? When they have the numbers advantage against NASR, they just send people into die for no reason. So those small things that could have been made clean. Same from Alpha Legends, they had that numbers advantage, but when you're in the building, everyone's trying to do something. There's so many smokes and stuff as well. They just fell one by one, but HOTLINE held that down. It's not easy to do that and just make it far enough, and they really need those points. And you know what else we need? A bit of a sun that's consistent, but not just that. We'll go on to short break, then we'll come back for some analysis.
if I saw you acting like you don't know me at all. I'm always checking my phone and you're happy being alone. And I got you on my mind. You always hold my mind.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, where, of course, we are in the final week of league play, and it was the fate of NASR taking, or not, sorry, NASR, iKURD taking the chicken dinner here, should I say, but it was HOTLINE making a close contention. My name is, of course, Highland Wolf, joined by Professor Tarzan, and is it shaping up to be a very exciting indeed league stage, the final one?
Yeah, I think it's interesting in, several aspects for now. One, teams that were not showing up are starting to do that. But there's certain teams that are still kind of in that bottom, and if they don't break through now, they will probably just stay there and lose their chance. It's this idea of this is my own, one big chance to make something happen for myself and my friends. That is a huge thought. It should give you so much power sometimes and motivation. But we're going to look at those match stats coming in right now, and leading the chart, of course, is iKURD with 23 points. But Alpha Legends, we mentioned how they trapped and kind of just let it go towards the end there, but they did make up when it comes to kill points. Highland Wolf.
It certainly did, as those 14 points guarantee them at that second position, just behind iKURD, who also picked up 2 squad wipes worth of kills. HOTLINE Esports, so the other point of contention, I think, alongside Arab GSG, but we really have to look at here, Tarzan, because these are 2 more teams that needed these points who were able to grab them. And I think more specifically HOTLINE, who we questioned about being those poor performances, able to at least find a good one in the second game. But the question now is, if these teams who are doing well across Falcons now coming back in for the third game, sat out in the second match, and as well the likes of iKURD, Alpha Legends, HOTLINE, and so on, these top squads can keep that momentum, because that is what I'm looking at realistically. Yes, you have maybe a one-hit wonder at the start, but can you prove that you are not that? Can you prove that you can make up a plethora of points and keep yourself safe going into the second day to get into that final super weekend?
I think what's interesting now as well is Falcons and Alpha Legends going to play their second game. They both had more than 20 points in their games, right? And so that is them setting themselves up for something, that could be very, very good. Galaxy Racer, we can see they're trying to make something happen, at least from individual plays, but we need a little bit more. RICO Infinity team, maybe the circle's just not on their side, but there's a way to maybe make it happen. Time rotations, right? And but what can you say? Pachinki finishes, and YaLLa, 2 games now, only 3 points so far.
Yeah, very disappointing, I think, from YaLLa. They are certainly, as we say, currently sat in 11th position overall. Not that safe, but are safe numbers coming through from the likes of those top squads, as we say, and particularly the likes that took out YaLLa. Flare Loyal team stepping up with those 5 kills and that 1,000 damage alongside it. So good stuff from them, considering that, of course, Flare Loyal team, they've only made 1 super weekend so far. They're sat on the bubble right now to be able to make it into the to make it through into the PMPL finals, should I say. So it will be up to them if they can do just that. But I also wanted to touch on the topic here of who will be moving in and who steps out here, Tarzan, because of course this time around it is Group C that will be sitting out this match. So GUNZ, NASR, iKURD, the previous Chicken Dinner winners, and Fanatic Zombies not going to have the chance to play this third game of Sanhok, but instead, of course, as you say, it is Fate, Real Tiger 9, and Falcons stepping in, as we also have a look at the top players of that second match.
Cool. And Okay, you're very happy with this, right? Because Chaos is leading
Oh,
that
yeah.
chart, and we could see what he was trying to deliver just through the tournament as well. And the hype is real, like with this team as well. Like when you can control one side and make so much happen, like with a city finish, you can see that as the basics coming through as well. But Hassan has those incredible solo plays as well, coming from Callagher as well. The name popped up again and again in all the games that iKURD can show up. He is there to help carry the team.
I think that definitely this was a Chaos pain train. Of course, the Fragger, no surprises to see, as you say, them so high up on that leaderboard positioning, but as well, NASR and iKURD doing well. Now, the fact that as we move through to the highlights, we get to see how iKURD actually were able to take this win is interesting to me, because this wasn't a free game. This was a very tight game towards these ending moments here, Tarzan.
It really tests the timing of certain of these rotations because of how the land is structured, and entering into a city finish as well is just really hard to hold down. But it's YaLLa Esports. That is disappointment, I feel like, once again, and they just need to stop doing that now.
Man, look at that grenade sending snipers out too, and I think the grenades, the positioning here as well, really were the thorn in the side for not only Galaxy Racer, who weren't able to survive. What a brilliant grenade there through from GUNZ, but also GUNZ getting caught out too slow on the trade off with that kill onto MJ to make it further into the zone as well. Rad getting pinned by Flare Loyal Team inside the gutter, and this was so tricky of the positioning because those who didn't control Pachinki either all got wiped, and then it was down to those final 5 teams where Erangel, she had nothing left. They had no healing, no utilities, they fell down. Then it was the San to do the damage onto iKURD, but not enough because iKURD, they went back onto the high ground, they took the rooftops, they waited for the rest to fight, and then it was iKURD to clean up.
But yeah, that was a great 1v2. iKURD almost lost the game because of Hassan himself, but Mambe made it, decent work when it counts, and that's how they, take out Alpha Legends. But towards the end there, it was iKURD who could pull it together, and what a great showing. But they had some of these wins before as well. But what they used that momentum for and how they can take themselves further is now down to themselves.
What they do with that momentum is so important, as you say, because they're not playing in the third match, Tarzan. They've got to be able to have a break, they've got to relax, but they've also got to bring that momentum, as you say, through back onto Erangel, where we will see them later in tonight's games. But, of course, as we say, it is going to be back onto FaZe, Real Tiger 9, and also Falcons, who step back in. And Falcons coming off of their own chicken dinner win in their first Sanhok game. Definitely the momentum's got to be high for them, and I'm excited to see what they can bring, but also excited on the other hand to see what Fate can bring, because Fate, looking back to the second Super Weekend, they actually really did surprise us, and they came up really big on those points, especially in that first day.
I think that was crazy. Like I remember going back thinking, okay, this is the bottom team there, but they came in very strong, in that day. But they have to repeat that now because, it almost looks like it's a sudden, blast of energy, and they use most of them up that day. And we need more than that because we're in the PMPL now. Come on, we talk about consistency. We talk about, studying of the game. We talked about distinct play styles, and this team needs to just show more.
I mean, whatever they ate, whatever they slept on the night before, they need that again. Tarzan is what they need, because they looked so good. In fact, I believe it was actually Fate who took the first spot overall out of that entire day's worth of games. So the possibility is there, even from the bottom teams, and we saw that particularly there in that previous game where it was a series of those, on paper, bottom teams who were coming up clutch over Alpha Legends. So it is now about, as we say, who can really rise up in these final 2 days, because every single match is so important, because this sets the fate of so many teams, of not just the PMPL itself, but alone by who makes it into the Super Weekend.
It's a mentality game as always, and just can't wait to see what they can do. And 15 teams, right, in this coming game, right? Let's not forget about that. That can change things up, and let's not forget that we're going back to Sanhok as well. So that actually opens up, some parts of the map once again, and it's actually tricky. Like, I feel like some of these teams just need to have the particular preparation, for the league play as well. It's so hard. Like they almost need to have spreadsheets and all that stuff to help them prepare and know what to anticipate. You can't just play every game like the same. Yes, keep your strong suits, keep your strength, and they keep trying to show up when it comes to that. But it's more than that. And I think that's why these league days are also more punishing. In case just 8 games, and you can't have any misstep.
No, indeed is the answer to that. And I think also the other team that we haven't quite mentioned, I really do want to look at here as well, who aren't so much on the high points of that leaderboard here, Tarzan, are also the likes of SUDOR, who are, of course, as we mentioned, doing well for themselves. That I think they have kind of slipped in that final day though of the second super weekend, and now coming into the league stage, we've still not seen good work from them. In fact, we saw them get sandwiched by RTG and GUNZ in that previous game on their entrance in, a late rotation costing them, and this is something that does bring them down and why they're not so high up as we would maybe anticipate.
There's so many of those small things. I feel like we just need to, get some of those info. Like if you're the fans as well, you can give us a little bit of insight if you know all of that. But we'll have a side-to-side comparison first right now between two of these teams that we are, kind of in that, above average bracket. They have the potential to, really go all the way up. And we've seen great things from them. RTG a little bit harder to define. NASR definitely left a great impression from that week one.
NASR definitely through that week one did look like one of the top teams. Still look like, I think, one of those top teams with the potential to make it through in one of those 5 spots, remember, to the EMEA League. But they've got a long road ahead of them. And I think this is what the story is, a long road ahead of still all of these teams. And it also speaks to the endurance of all 15 of these squads, Tarzan, to make it through into the Super Weekend, to then make it through in the top 16 into the finals as well. And I think that going through now into the future, it is about who can really push in that final hurdle, because there's still this week, there's still one more Super Weekend, there's still 3 more days of finals to go, and they've already been pushed for 2 weeks before.
It's what I talked about before, a bit of periodization. You kind of need to plan your life and a bit, even your body clock, your sleep and work, studies, whatever, around this. Now, otherwise, how would you know that you're performing as your best self? And you hit that sweet point there that we talk about. This being that journey, and there's a different type of preparation coming into every week and arguably every game. And now that I think about it, I have a little bit of headache, right? But there are teams who could use a different approach as well. And do some of your own research and find out about these brilliant stuff about meditation, brain training, and the psychology side is actually huge. Like you would see all these high end, best athletes and even esports athlete in the very established esports going back into these practice when it comes to spirituality and all that stuff if they want to be the best, because it's a lot of pressure and expectations to withstand.
Or just have a Professor Tarzan to the right of you. It's exactly what you could have. You can just have a Professor Tarzan. I know, right? It's not so expensive for me, though, is what it is. Having you on site.
How dare you? I'm joking.
But of course, as you say, so important. So important, the mental side of these teams.
And you know what? I think it's also that test in this map as well, because sometimes you can just flip and say, oh my god, look at that circle, look, he is camping or snaking, but come on, it's part of the game. We're on equal grounds and we're ready to go to that jungle for the game 3 of today. And I believe we're ready to go. And we are going to have a brilliant start to this with a pretty center playing path.
Pretty center playing path, a pretty center icon of that beautiful foe slap bang in the middle. On to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your game mode on with the much loved Renault 5 series. They slap bang that playing path through the middle, as you say, allowing all of these 15 teams to decide exactly where they want to go. Much kinder than the last game's playing path.
And you know what? Like, it comes down to those circles once again, of course. But before we go any further, let's have a rematch in boot camp, shall we? Because they are not giving up. They are just not. Ida is on there already alongside his mates from YaLLa. Seems like a small 1-3 split, but let's go. This time they have the opening knock.
They're like, we don't want to wait. We just want to eliminate their fragger. Max Cash is now down. Now comes the supports. Can we find them? YaLLa, they're off to a good start. 1 kill up. But this could still turn. It's still a 3-on-4 situation. There's still the numbers. There's still the potential. But Galaxy Racer, they're holding back now. They're on the retreat. YaLLa, they controlled a little bit more space for themselves. But you say this, more importantly, this fight once again, and YaLLa versus Galaxy seems like a standard. Seems like whatever happens on Sanhok, we will always get this fight inside the Lobster Building. And it surprises me to consider that none of these teams actually, either of them, look to change it up. Look to try change it up in the way that you said, for example, going all around boot camp and pincering Galaxy Racer later on after the initial looting phase.
I feel like more than half of this is an ego thing. Like, whoever backs out is the coward. Like, I'm gonna put my money on that as basically that, because like they would even have the fan base behind them as well. Look, they're running away and they're just fighting in chat or something. Like, I can hear it already, you know, so they are coming back to here. But sometimes these are exactly the things that you have to get over with, right? Depending on, you know, like the history of this 4v4 that happens every time. And just look at how that may have affected your average points on this map. Like this, we've got so many like Sanhok games today, and this is a Sanhok Erangel week. Like, this can be very damaging if they can't find to execute it the clean way. But if you can, you know, take my money, right? Like, you deserve it. But if you can't, it's going to be so punishing.
I think we do speak to those average definitely hindered, as you can see on that first game. Both of those squads neither doing well, but Galaxy Racer initially doing well. For the meantime, Powerful once again on the door, but will strike down MJ. This time opts to go through it straight out the other side. Galaxy Racer not going to find anything in return. And this is 2 down for Galaxy Racer. Still everyone up for side of YaLLa, the final member. There they go. Galaxy Racer eliminated just like that. YaLLa take this one, and YaLLa take a much cleaner fight than, as we say, in the first match. And I think this was much needed as well for YaLLa, because when you do think to them further down on the leaderboard, them not having either a good game in the second match as well, they've already now lost 2 of their 8 matches, and this is their 3rd one. This is why they needed to win that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the fact that I said is an ego thing, like, by now, like, the team that win that bootcamp fight can use that momentum well. Like, and of course, you need to use it the right amount, you know, not be like, oh, I'm the king of the world, and you start doing stupid crap. Like it's not that thing, but it's much needed for YaLLa, because I could see it's also adaptation coming through from them and how they play that bootcamp fight. So to be able to adjust and perform and take a 4 for nothing, that is huge, and I would expect them to use that very, very well. But we also have RICO Infinity team having a great start.
RICO Infinity team eliminating now the second. Motored will get knocked. Mana, Manbei, the only ones remaining, but can Mana hold firm? Still 2 players, make out a third, surrounding them. The extra players still off on the extra angle. Manbei looking to try run away, trying to extend the time that HOTLINE Esports are in this game, but also baiting every member of RICO Infinity team away to try search for Manbei, which now buys time for the other player, Mana, to be able to escape off the backside, but they choose still to hold firm for now, and this could be to their deficit, actually, not deciding to use a 3-man rotation of RICO Infinity team to their advantage.
But just look at that. Like, it's the confidence as well. Like, with a lot of good sweeping around and the using of landscape, and sometimes in this type of places, like you just need the confidence coming through, right? And just essential, basic but essential comms.
Prestige.
Oh no!
Brilliant. That was what you needed. Mana finds the kill, Tarzan, and now Mana is being hunted. Look at the vehicles either side. There's no escape. You might have found one. You might have took down the fragger, but NASR gets knocked against the wall. HOTLINE Esports down just like that. RICO Infinity team take the dub.
You know what? Like, it sucks. Like, sometimes you just feel like no one's there, and I feel that. And but you know what? Let's not focus on that being maybe a mistake from Prestige. You know, having his guards down, but the response from the team was great. Like, just came in 2 vehicles so quickly, and I think we start to see the meta shifting towards using vehicles a little bit more. And I think that's very fair because, like we mentioned earlier in the broadcast weeks, there's certain situations that you can only get out of, with a vehicle. I know it's very loud, but it's better than needing to go on foot out of a very predictable path.
YaLLa, they do have to hold firm for now, though. Bandar is also up on their own. YaLLa, they try to separate weirdly here, Tarzan, though, in 3 different locations. And that is leaving a lot of concern for me because when you split yourself so thin, so early on, why do you do that first of all? And second of all, when you leave boot camp, you're leaving into everyone surrounding it as they make their way in at this 8-minute mark to try set up to their next spot into the zone.
And just look at Alpha Legends heads up play. Like, that is what I mean. Like, sometimes holding a spot, you need to guard your other sides, and that split from that, off angle is so important. And that is using a good split. But you need to not just use a good split, you need to use your rich line. Captains get traded when it's completely preventable.
YaLLa, though, there's still 2 players, not against Alpha Legends, against SUDOR Esports. This is what we said by the third party coming in. Now, Powerful 07, they need to be able to defend. But can Dash, and also side of Powerful hold on for now? Still 4 members, 1 on the roof, 2 on the entrance. They're entering in to the building. They're trying to siege in the best way they can, not going too aggressive. SUDOR holding on for now. The smoke's coming up to clear out some possibility of YaLLa surviving. Easy 2 knocks. And SUDOR, clean as anything, will take 2-3 kills, leaving only DKA, the solely player here alive inside boot camp, but there's nowhere to run, Tarzan. There's teams all around him.
You know what? Like, I was a little bit puzzled as to why YaLLa Esports need to try that. They keep one to scout. Like, it's like a 2-1-1 split. Maybe that's what they need to control. But if you have one center anchorage point from boot camp, you really can't watch both sides like very efficiently at the same time. Like, so it's better to play, if you want to split, play 2-1-1, and then you need to have 2 in the center to look at both angles. But it's just so hard to make it work, and I feel like moving as a team might be the best bet on this map. And just one off angle, if he dies, like, you just lose one option. But that was just 4 team wanting to play something so aggressively and greedily that they lost 3 players by doing that.
I think it's not just greedily. I think it's the positions that they specifically took, which were greedy, right? It was the 2 members, I think, as you say, on Bootcamp Hill. There is always going to be someone else on Bootcamp Hill. This level of play, Tarzan, looking over Bootcamp by 8 minutes in the game. And to not anticipate that is a massive blunder by YaLLa, and I think really does hurt them, considering that they've not had, as we say, 2 good games previously. They're going to stay on those 11 points now, being only those 4 kills, those 4 points they pick up from Galaxy Racer.
Yep, and you know what? That is the way that they can kind of just still stay in here from those points, and somewhat center position they can still use a bit of med strat. But I feel like so many of those like first aids have died with the teammates of Roca, and that is just not good news. And now that they're getting pulled up on by RTG, YaLLa Esports are trying to bite more than they could chew, but staying silent is definitely one way. This is a good start. It may be a clutch fight coming through.
But DKA, they just get wiped by the off angle. You say clutch, well, it's that clutch off angle of RTG that silences YaLLa in that 0 placement point, 13th position. HOTLINE Esports, Galaxy Racer are going to join them, but only 1 and 0 points to their names. SUDOR as well, looking over RTG, but will not find any beautiful angle for now. Will stay selfie, will just look over their opponents. Is SCYTES, RAT, and snipers in the triangular formation, overlooking the river in their entrance potentially into those off-island sides of Sanhok.
I mean, it's still a very tricky time of the game. One thing that I'm going to mention, though, is I feel like there are, certain teams, it's either teams giving up to do particular preparation, or they are just coming in to like do whatever, or it's really hard to find out what they're actually doing, because to have lost 3 teams at this phase of the game is something that we did not expect. Actually, it's definitely some teams doing something very different when some other teams are also, struggling in a different way. It's very hard to put into words, Heinenwood, but maybe you will understand what I'm saying, because we've been casting this caliber and it's not so chaotic in the unpredictable way, like in these early circles.
I think kick will be the word to explain this perfectly, though, around Painan and around that Painan bridge, because when you look at those 2 main bridges, you already see it, right? You already see SCYTES versus RAT. RAT, they lose 2 members for RICO Infinity Team, but SCYTES, they lose 1. But unfortunately for SCYTES, they're pinned on the bridge. 2 members still need to cross, and Razur has to be that core player that allows the rest through, because if Razur falls down, they just get choked with nowhere to run for SCYTES. So this is the important play for them, the important player for them. Has already taken down Ragnar, and Khalid will confirm Ragnar through. Khalid surely to fall with time. NASR, the only one remaining as well. RICO Infinity Team reduced to the solo player. The bridge cross successful for SCYTES, and they will move their way further into the zone. I also wanted to mention the only bridge that shouldn't be contested, and that is the bridge on the L-shaped compound coming out of bootcamp. And that could be a useful spot for those teams like RTG, like SUDOR, to consider, Tarzan, because when you think about it, on that southwest island, when you move forward out of the L-shaped compound, the next compound is ruins. That, yes, it is difficult to stay there, but hasn't been controlled by a team.
It's also, like if you are any of these players, it's such a big risk to even go close to it to scout, right? But we'll first have GSG needing to stand against RAD. Both teams didn't make the second Super Weekend, right? So they both have to show up. GSG having a better game last game, and RAD definitely a better week so far. But with the numbers disadvantage, let's see whether Dalab will be able to grab this one.
They'll have this molly up the entrance, but they get pinned on the wall, lose half their HP. They won't find anything in return. Dalhab has to stop for the heal. Still 3 members of Arab GSG, the 2-1 split mount as well, coming from the off angle. It is a disadvantageous fight for Rad, but if they find a pit, they can equalize this through. It is up to Delhab if Mount can find, or should I say Mania, excuse me, can find that angle.
It's about playing reactive, like striking at the right time. But there's one thing that they definitely need to look at, especially for Rad, using that outskirts, is the third party that can come through, because that circle is still chewing up some health bars, and around that count, going for that wide rotation once again is SCYTES and RT9, a team that almost disappeared, you know, like for now in this week. But we talked about that third party, and they'll first be Fate almost making something out of it, and they finally did.
Boom! Shakalaka go down Rad as they will get wiped by GSG. Just standing still. And Fate do all the work for them, and they shake hands and they leave. Further now into the rest of the zone, Falcons so up above them. And Falcons, who have stayed very quiet, stayed very patient in this game alongside Fate. These are 2 squads that are waiting for that opportunity, waiting for that zone, because these teams, they're very aware of the fact of just how harsh this zone can be, in particular RICO competitive team NASR, finally caught as a solo player.
Well, one cross, right? One cross, one attempt to cross a bridge cost RICO Infinity Team so many of their players. But this is Sanhok, and you just need to, know that, right? And you just need to come up with formations and almost have a plan for every move that you have. Falcons, of course, drop around that northwest island, very close to Hartin, so they didn't have any contest so far, but they did take a pretty strong spot on that northern side. Now Sniper is testing their luck against what seems to be Flare Loyal team.
Snipers still alive as a full squad, but can Snipers hold on? We say they needed these points. They're picking up some, but it's not quite enough. Falcons as well need to pick up their broken pieces of their teammates as they will make the revive. Damar will be taken back up, never alone, the one to make the trade through. Still up as a full squad. Cannot be saying the same though for Flare Loyal team. They will get knocked. RT9 surprised as well, going to lose their life. And this is where we get to the point where it does get a little bit scary, Tarzan, because it's phase 4. We're moving into phase 5, and these zones, they pick up the pace, and they force these players who are playing this patient game to speed up their own style of play or be caught out.
It's really tricky. Like I feel like it's tricky because there's so many kind of center positions that you could have taken, but because you are not sure whether it's clear, and so you don't want to challenge it. As you can see,
there's no one there.
Many of them, and of course it's just small shacks, etc. And if you've studied the map before, that main road to separate can be such a hassle. Like that is crazy. Like either side of it is just mad, and seems like we may have a run and gun situation for all the teams that's outside the circle. On that right side is Chaos to strike first, making it hell for Falcons.
Chaos gets traded through. That's so important. Unfortunately, though, Falcons, they've lost Never Alone. So is Alpha Legends. They've lost their fraggers each side. Now it's up to the rest of the team. Can they support? Can they bring their squad back into the play zone? Not so much the Falcons. They lose KWT on the off angle. Going to be bursted through from Jody. Picks that one up. Surely nice and clean. As the blue zone comes in behind them, Alpha Legends as well. Very aware of the fact that they are still 250 meters away from zone. They still need to make it inside. And Falcons, they are one of the ones closer to that center. Arab GSG, they just got rolled over by SUDOR. There was nothing there. SUDOR walked up and Arab GSG, they disappeared.
I'm still waiting. I think the fans are still hopeful, but what's not hopeful is the chances of Alpha Legends against this double knot as well. Falcon strikes back.
Falcons are holding on. There is still life in the birds just yet. Alpha Legends striking back themselves. So too is last one of the solo players. Jody, the solo player, as Damar is on the off angle. Still at the advantage going towards Falcons. They're surviving for now. Jody getting engulfed by the blue zone. So do Falcons. Only team safe now are the rest. SUDOR as well moving their way in, but get wiped by the blue zone, get wiped by Fate. That will seal the deal. That will surely seal the deal potentially for Fate in this game as the zone goes towards them. This is a chance for Fate to bring this day back for themselves. This is a chance for them to pick up their first chicken dinner. Sniper's still up on the off angle though. RTG still up. As Falcons, not so much can be said for them. Will fall down.
Oh, and it's a good amount, actually. Good amount of players for the given amount of teams. Like last time we checked, we've got maybe, I don't know, 12 players and eight teams. So this is definitely a little bit of a more tactic, like heavy, right? A lot of those team play type of end circle. But of course, I think there's some correlation between what we say and the gods of PUBG. Like we mentioned Fate, and they now have the circle, but it's down to them to really use that to win this game now.
Fate, they do have to hold on though for the meantime. They still have 4 players up, but the zone will be invaded by 3 other squads. They take down Real Tiger 9, and as we say, keep it to that 3. Sniper as well, also going to lose 1. Abu, the only one remaining. As they continue the onslaught, they continue their strength. This has been set up on a silver platter for the squad, as snipers will even engage onto RTG, doing the work for them. SCYTES clean up. Snipers go down. RTG, there's not much left to be said for them. SCYTES are only 2 players. And this surely is it. This is surely the done deal. Stenke healing up in the zone the best they can, but it's phase 7. It's just going to do too much damage, Tarzan. The esports still holding on. SCYTES, Ghost crawling their way in, but what can be realistically done?
And this is RTG, you know, appearing in those end circles more and more. And I would say, like, if we draw a curve when it comes to the amount of points,
we're coming off the back angle.
Yeah. And but it's not easy. It's just so hard, man. Like I feel like that's a done deal, right? And but SCYTES can maybe make this work, but it requires Fate to choke really, really hard.
No way. No way, Tarzan. I mean, this is space game. There we go. Just walk into SCYTES. They take what they want, and they take the chicken dinner. What a game from Fate, I think, as well. Yes, they get the zone, but to get up to that point, Fate certainly did do the work that they were required to do. And as we say, they pick up the points needed to boost themselves up on the leaderboard. But before we break down the leaderboard, we will go for a short break, and then we will see you guys on the flip side. Welcome everyone, of course, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season, where of course my name is Highland Wolf and joined alongside me Professor Tarzan, who is looking a little bit orange under my side. We're changing our colour,
Yes.
but as well changing our colours was Sanhok for Fate to take the chicken dinner win of the third match. And by what a win it was. I mean, the dominance, but also the zone moving towards them, certainly securing their spot alongside Falcons and also iKURD with those previous chicken dinners.
And I think the team that kind of, two teams I should say, that definitely shown some promise that we didn't expect would be Fate and RTG. RTG averaging 13 points now in the 3 games that they played, and they will need to sit one out, like in the 2 that we have for the remainder of the day. But you know, it's great to see. It's amazing to. Once again, yes, sometimes we don't exactly know how they got there, but they definitely made something work. And then we get to see them in those end zones. Maybe those small decisions can even bump up some points more. Sometimes it's not about getting points, but taking points away, stopping other teams from taking some of those points. But Fate as well. Yes, zone gifted, but they made the other game an important and impressive one as well.
Yeah, good stuff from Fate, as we say. We wanted to see more from them. We got to see the chicken dinner through for them. And I think on the other hand as well, it was also good to see the likes of SCYTES moving their way up towards that second place. We also saw Snipers move their way up as we do move our way through onto the match stats. We had to see exactly how big a win it was. Almost that 30-point mark win for Fate Esports in that one game alone. Snipers as well picking up 13 points, SCYTES has 16, so good games from them, as well as other Legends picking up some good additional points through with the 7 points overall in top of their good performance in the second game as well. And Real Tiger 9 can be said for them as well, getting some good points in.
I think the team that really stood out to me and surprised me is the Snipers. Like, I think the style is not distinct yet, but the points are definitely there for now too, you know, but they need to continue with that. I hope those are not accidental, but you know, we will repeat again and again as long as we play Sanhok. If we have YaLLa Esports and Galaxy Racer in the same lobby, we're going to have some issues.
I mean, to be fair, that is very true. But I mean, Sanhok, one of them's going to go for that final game. Galaxy Racer won't be there, keep in mind. But for this game, it was Fate who, as we say, were so dominant. 2,300 damage, 14 kills coming through from them. But as well, very high damage counts from all of those top 8 teams, which is... Yes, it's Sanhok, but still surprising to see, and it shows that this game was very evenly spread across those teams right to those final few phases where it was anyone's game to depend on where the zone would shift.
I think so interesting as well to see RICO Infinity team, you know, having played 2 games so far and at 11 points, it doesn't seem anything too huge, but you can see in this game, right, they put the work in. And I think that's something that's very important to know, that they are still like proactive. They are not, you know, avoiding fights per se. They're just slowly moving their way through. And having Sanhok as, you know, a map that is so unpredictable and you just need to play with what's given to you, I think it's fair, like, for this team. But now, to have a very, you know, Sanhok heavy week, I think one of the adaptations that has to come through is maybe the choice of some of, not exactly drop spots, but how and when you rotate. But we go into looking at some more stats as well, as we see the top player in that was Ragnarok. And he also did some pretty good work in the previous Sanhok game.
No surprise to see 3 out of those 4 members be Fate members. Of course, it was, as you say, Ragnarok picking up so many of those stats, but El Chapo as well, surviving to the very last slivers of that game, picking up those 2 kills along the way, making sure RTG pick up points wherever they can, and maintaining the potential for RTG to increase their lead in the Super Weekend. But as we say, nevertheless, a good game from Fate. And I think this also speaks to, alongside the momentum from Fate, of course, to be able to put that forward into future matches. And when we look at that future matches, well, we have to look now, Tarzan, at who's not playing in that next game, because we think actually it's still Fate who are going to be able to play in this game. But as we also look through the highlights, we can explain that YaLLa, Rad, HOTLINE, and SCYTES, they're not going to be playing anymore. Whereas it's going to be, of course, GUNZ, NASR, iKURD, and Fanatic Zombies, Tarzan, who join back into the fray.
Oh yeah, like that is that adds a lot to it, because some of these teams, interestingly, especially when it comes to group. Did do there's a little bit of calculate. Oh yeah, Group D,
Group
right?
C.
They haven't even for Group D. They were the group that hasn't even touched Erangel yet. So it's the opening game of Erangel. So that is like that speaks to us on a different level as well, right? So like teams coming in, not liking Sanhok at all, started playing 2 games and having stabbed by Papa Blue and the zone for 2 consecutive games. How can they withstand now the pressure coming into the first Erangel game of the day?
Yeah, indeed. And I think that when we speak of being stabbed by the zone, when I look at Falcons, well, they've been stabbed by the zone twice so far, but also Erangel, hands down, was the most dominant map, to say the least, for Falcons Esport. And I think going through onto their first Erangel game, obviously being in Group D, now is the time for Falcons to really step up and really show us what they can do, because, as we say, they've had a few sketchy games so far in the terms of what they've been able to play. They've still got 2 more to go today, so more so than I think those in Group B and in Group A, they do have the chance still to be able to rise up.
And I think it's amazing to see how many of the teams in those like groups are actually in the very top position on that leaderboard. So it's going to be those hype train, with momentum, to see who uses it better. But definitely Fate Esports with such an amazing game just now, and allow them to kind of lead the board right there, but they got more work to do. But those are 2 Sanhok, and they've shown some promise on those 2 maps. I think that is accurate as per our prediction from the map average from before as well, Wolf.
2,314 kills. You talked about momentum. They are riding high. They are on cloud 9 with that biggest win of the week so far. But can, as we say, Fate Esports keep that momentum? Because so far, we've not been able to see that from a team, actually. We've seen, obviously, in our first and second game, those chicken dinner winners sit out the next game after. So Fate sitting in this next game, we get to see exactly how that momentum carries through. But also, when we think about iKURD coming through off of what was their high on that second match, and now coming back in, of course, to Erangel once more, if they can maintain their strength on this Green Hills map.
Oh, and it's not just them. Fanatic Zombies, we talked about them. Like, they were compared side to side with the Snipers before. Like, Snipers now got more than double of their points, right? So Fanatic Zombies have to bounce back up. And but so many of the other teams that we mentioned that we were talking about maybe on that bubble, like in the bubble, we've got like Arab GSG, Real Tiger 9, and definitely RICO Infinity team. We mentioned them. The points doesn't come through yet, but we believe that they are playing with more, just more motivation. Like the way that they're playing, the things that they try to pull off are like, I can't disagree. Like they try to think 2 steps forward. They try to take fights when they actually have to. But it comes down to those blue zones as well. Causing so much trouble. And this is the time to shine. Like back onto this map and just frag out.
I think for two of those teams, right, when you mentioned the other, though, RICO Infinity team, this is a team that I look at and I feel almost is not lucky, but deserved, fortunate in the way that they got so many points, 83 points to be specific, in their final day of the second Super Weekend, because as we look back, and I repeat here, they did get 16th and 15th position overall, single-digit points in the first and second day of that second Super Weekend, and had they got another bad day, they would have had to get into that third Super Weekend. But because they had such a good day, and because they're currently sat in the third position, when we look at that overall standings even more specifically, they don't have to worry so much, Tarzan, because they know that they've already got in total from the Super Weekends those 250 points, and they know that even if they do bad, they don't have to worry because they're effectively already through.
The thing is, though, like we talked about the, how should I say that? It's the practice and momentum effect. Yes, if they are really close to the edge of burning out, then I get it. But it's not just that. Like, you want to test your theories. You want to test your splits once again. If they have a plan against a particular team, they want to practice as much as possible. So missing a Super Weekend and still in actually may make, like, we talk about some ego games sometimes, like in this lobby as well, and that's always part of it. As we can see, like, they can really use some points still, because at 14th right now is RICO Infinity team, and one very decent game, away from bouncing themselves back up. They had a good amount of those big games in the past week. Why not do it again now?
And I do feel very concerned on the other side of things. So for, of course, the likes of Arab GSG, for Flair Loyal Team, for Rads, who are all in desperate need of those points, even more so Fanatic Zombies, who have only been able to pick up 8 points. I mean, if you look at positives, at least it's more than they picked up in the second week of league play by this point in the games, but it's still not good enough. Fanatic Zombies, you need to be able to prove, like you did in last week, that you can have those good games, that you can get on top, that you can have those points go your way. Because currently, they look like they could just be saying goodbye to the competition as a whole. Reminder that, of course, we have the likes of Fate, Snipers, Arab GSG, and Fanatic Zombies, all currently in the red zone when it comes to being eliminated if they do not make it to the Super Weekend. All four of those teams must make it to the Super Weekend if they want to stay in this competition.
You know what? YaLLa Esports isn't safe either. Out of, all the teams that have played 30 games in Super Weekend, so made it to both, they are basically second from the bottom. That's not something that you want to see. And with some of these teams at the bottom, who only played one Super Weekend, coming up stronger, their spot is not safe. So they will need to, like, if they miss it, they need to watch every game. They need to pray in every religion they know for other teams to really screw up. Like, and you don't want to be in that position. And it's not just because no one literally don't want to be in there, but you've got so much expectations on you, and there's another thing as well, is the rivalry that we mentioned, that we heard from YaLLa Esports as well, like talking about GUNZ Esports. Look at GUNZ, man. Like, they are shining like a diamond right now. And YaLLa just need to maybe... they want to ride the race car, but I think they should just go for something else.
Yeah, they should just go for, like, the simple, like, family car right now and just drive their way up a few points is what we really need. I mean, it's talking about really ramping up that momentum, and I think that as we see YaLLa, they kind of did burn themselves out from the looks of it, because they did get into 2 Super Weekends so far, but I feel, for me, they have looked progressively worse through the tournament. They haven't looked as strong as they did starting out in the competition, and can be said for, of course, other teams, the more obvious ones, like, of course, NASR, but still NASR maintaining those points on the other hand. So I think for YaLLa, it is still as course, a more veteran team coming into the competition, and as a more veteran squad, that they should be able to really show up now more than anyone with the experience that they bring to the table.
After all, I think with this game, right, it's about who can grow quicker. Because sometimes I end up in this part of YouTube where I watch some very good players, but they're clips from a year ago. And I would feel like, hey, you know what? I know that. I can do that now. And this is exactly why it's so important to progress and even find ways or start innovating things that other teams are not implementing yet. You don't just want to copy from the best. You want to do something so new that really sets you apart. And I think we have reached, so much money on the line as well. We are down to these things, okay, and maybe people to invest in teams in the particular way that can really, get them the edge, because this is where it's not billions, billion companies. I should say the companies that has billion. I don't know. Just big companies with fat banks and money trying to build all of their teams. Is not that. A lot of these teams are very amongst the players or something. So if they want to invest in themselves the right way, maybe they can get something that can be shown in those results. And I just can't help but think about that. Of course, I am involved in the scene a little bit, and I can see, there's some need in these, but I wonder how much going behind the scene as well, because people do find some secret recipe and they want to keep it to themselves.
I think certainly the secret recipe needs to be found though for these bottom place teams, because like we said for YaLLa, they're not playing in one of these games, so they've only got one more chance today to be able to show themselves, and that means that they are automatically at a deficit compared to some of these other squads to get that opportunity to still play more 2 games still today and be able to boost themselves ahead and boost their mental state ahead as well, more importantly. But on the other hand of things, more positive notes, it is also great to see, as we looked at the overall standings, iKURD and also SCYTES in that 5th and 6th position respectively, because although iKURD are safe more so than SCYTES, both of these teams have definitely not had an easy run through the tournament, and of course they now need to really push in this final week if they both want to make it into that Super Weekend.
Yeah, I think right now it's still anyone's game, anyone's week as well. So we will need to see more from this game 4, and we're ready for it. It's a little bit of wait, but we finally got to it. Let's go on to Erangel right now. Let's not wait any longer, and we will have a brilliant playing path in front of us in a matter of seconds, and we will hand it over to HOTLINE Wolf because he's got some nice things to say.
Oh yeah, the nice phone tells us what it is, because it's important to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your game mode on with much loved Renault 5 series. And once again, slightly not much loved playing path. Not going to be towards the northern side this time around, but it is going to be towards the south side. So rip RICO Infinity team, no Zaki for you.
Well, the last time they went there, it was it was okay. It was not the best. So why not
do
something else?
A rip, but a good.
It's a bit of a rip. But you know what? We have so many of these southern playing paths through Super Weekend, essentially in this tournament, and RICO Infinity showed up okay in that last day. So maybe they can, use their secondary drop spot and make something work out of it. As you can see, GSG just love hugging that eastern side, Lapovka when it's a bit more southern, when it's a bit more northern, here towards Kameshki, and but we don't want to be too predictable either, as we see a pretty equal split across the ground of Erangel, with SUDOR Esports the only one on that southern island.
SUDOR Esports are going to be the only ones on that island, but do have the zone towards them, whereas on the other hand, not so much can be said for the likes of Galaxy Racer, for Fanatic Zombies, and all of those, even for RT9, very far out from this zone. And it is a questionable decision of, do you now go straight in, do you go to the south side, or do you actually go towards the north side of the Erangel map and then rotate your way in past shooting range, past Severny, in towards Yasnaya Poliana.
There's something that's very interesting, like, is that Fanatic Zombies doing the same split, but GUNZ this time just can't be bothered to screw with them, right? But also Fanatic Zombies being one team that we're worried about, as well as RT9, right, going over to Primos basically every time they can. RICO Infinity team now basically in that sandwich situation, and they know that, like, if they've done the homework, they know they're sitting between these two teams. It's a chance for them to get some early points before even moving into the circle.
I think for Real Tiger 9, they are very pinned down to the only thing that they can do, which is either you make an extremely long rotation through to the northern side and up along the north end of Erangel, which is going to take you at least a phase, possibly two, or you go for the quicker, slightly rotation of actually taking a boat because you are in Primorsk, down past the South Island, skip over the South Island, and then show up actually towards Milta Power and make your way in the off space of the zone, which is a lot more safer than everywhere else because you are showing up where other teams will not be rotating into.
I think that's one way. Like, if we play a game, we will try that. But for them, when it comes to the history, right, the track record, they've been this, patient student, I should say. Like, it's they will take their time, and they may even tank a little bit, then just slow the edge into the zone. Okay, then we'll find a next spot later on, and that is actually like one way to play the game. But that transition in that mid game to take some better spots based on their own analysis of the circles, that is so vital, and we just need more from them because, like, so far with the, how should I say this? It's like with the success that they have in this game so far, there's nothing that is overly impressive. Like, there's no clutches, there's no fighting your way in the circle. There's nothing that really stands out to me.
This is like the 6.7% chicken dinner win rate, Real Tiger 9. This is not the 25% chicken dinner win rate, Real Tiger 9 bit we are used to seeing, quite frankly, in so far the first 2 weeks of league play. This is usually where Real Tiger 9 are stronger, but maybe they're swapping it around here. Maybe they're like, wait, hang on a minute. The league play is not where we get our points, Tarzan. We have to wait for the Super Weekend, so that's why we just save everything. But we've got to make sure, on the other hand, that we don't save too much and they don't get into the Super Weekend as a result.
And the basics. Look at Fanatic Zombies parking the buggy poorly and losing a back tire. Shame on you. That is why you're at the... No, okay, I'm gonna stop right there. I just keep
That's a bit harsh, man.
But you know what? Like, RICO Infinity team, right? Like, they came in, I feel like they know what they are against, like, coming into this split, and they did those scout, right, with those key positions first, and before gathering up, they scout a little bit, get more information. That's why, right, they first spotted like Fanatic Zombies. It's so tempting, like, to just go into their continued looting, but no, like, those basics were there, and they were just holding it down first.
SUDOR as well, rotating through, as we say, the only team on that South Island. I think it is a lot more free of a game for SUDOR specifically, because the fact that we drop over on Novo means that they don't have to actually rotate off of the bridge. They can actually go towards the docks if they are lucky enough, you assume so, to find a boat here. They can actually just make their way through, like we anticipated for Real Tiger 9, over towards that Milta side, and then rotate your way through on the more quiet side of the zone and play for those placement points. Because I think SUDOR so far, you can see them far on the bottom of that leaderboard, are really in need of points, albeit kills all placements either way.
And but you know what, like, I feel like it's still anyone's game. Like, right now, no team has the true consistency. That is how I feel, and it sucks, man. So we are down to them getting tested by these zones. I would judge them based on their plays, the small things like parking of your car, and and of course like those brilliant team play. Of course, like we see a lot of talent like, in this lobby. And speaking of talent, we see one right on the screen there, Chaos. He is a great player. I feel like he knows like how to time his aggression and whatnot. But it comes down to the trust in his team as well. Like this team, Alpha Legends, they have certain formations in the particular situation that allows Chaos to excel in his role.
I think Alpha Legends as a squad as a whole here, Tarzan, are not only just one of the more veteran teams on paper, but also you can see that in the way they play. Very careful, but very precise and informed in the way that they play. They don't make the mistakes when it comes to rotation so often as other teams. They don't make the mistakes in the team fights. And because they are careful but accurate in the way they play, that is why you see them so far up on that leaderboard. They're not a flashy team, but they still can get the job done when they need to.
And RTG as well. To our surprise, they're up top. But you know what? Like, I still am not very convinced. I don't know why, man. Something's wrong with me. But setting like standards and whatnot, I think it's fair. Like that, we feel like it takes more, like for our team to really grab a spot in our heart. We talk about consistency. We talk about transitioning of playstyle according to zones. We talk about success in holding down center positions, as well as fighting their way in the zone if need be. And RT9, you mentioned them as well. The team that is historically doing better in league play and doing something that I personally find kind of okay, but I know that you find that slightly more worrying because as a trio, they are trying to do more of the tanking strat right now.
Yeah, I think you do also have to keep in mind that, hang on here, because look at the knocks here. You do see two members down for NASR as they do get pinned. Unfortunately, they are the piggy in the middle this game around here, Tarzan. They are the ones that will get caught by all of these teams moving in. Galaxy Racer controlling the popular spot will just wipe through NASR. And just like that, we are down almost an entire team already. Still need to find the last player, but Batika is well on their way out of there, but do have to be careful. There is only one player. All of these spaces are being taken. Time is limited. As you did mention, Real Tiger 9 on that off angle. And I think this does worry me purely because of the fact that ahead of them is Falcons. And Falcons are making the exact same rotation that Real Tiger 9 are doing, but except they're doing it first. And in this situation, Tarzan, it is much better for Falcons because they are going to be able to gatekeep a lot more effectively. And you can see the same being done by iKURD, who always get into the headshot heals first. Fanatic Zombies and driving in just get pinned down. And this is exactly what could happen to Real Tiger 9 later on.
And that's a problem that I have. Like, we're starting with Fanatic Zombies as well. It's like they go into a position that they want to go into, but they don't know how to hold it. And then, like, they've kept one guy behind, like, for a 1-3 split, or he's trying to overwatch for the rotation as well, right? But didn't really do anything, like, for them well. And I'm just gonna get off them, right? To stop, being so mean. But we can honestly like see these things like, and it's so obvious as well, and we can see this is what I want from iKURD as well. They know there's one guy remaining, the info's passed on to say maybe there's an overwatch in this set of compound, and they will use this time, right? They've got a closed zone, like, so they just want to go into the blue and try to get every single point that's available to them.
Blood healing up for now, but only bandages left for them. I think this will buy time overall for other teams though, because iKURD still in headshot heals is of course not an easy place to rotate out of. You mentioned the fact that they are close to the zone. That is probably the only reason why we decide to really go for this one kill point. But unfortunately for Flare Loyal team, not so lucky. They have lost 2 of their members already. Actually, should I say one? Easy has been left alive for now, but for how long realistically? Stuck inside the shelter point of Erangel. There they go. Skidon will find a grenade, and Skidon will look to flush this one through, but because Flare Loyalty, this is a problem as well of entering into the bunkers so early on, is that you get caught so easily by teams aware of your footsteps and aware of where you can choke point yourself. And especially around these entrances, around these staircases, there's now no longer a way out for Flare Loyalty, and they're praying in this current situation to the zone, but the zone just gets rid of them, in a sense, is by rotating its way around to the southeast western side.
This is a very tricky circle because the amount of hard covers is so limited. Even though the school apartments are in, you will be looked at by many teams holding the high ground on that south side. So is it some spot that you want to hold? Is the issue. Like, I may do that, but I need to have someone split maybe on the hill, but it's a very tricky circle. And you mentioned these shelter plays. I personally don't like it. Like, unless you know it's definitely ending here, you don't want to be too committed to it. And to go in there, you need to know the tunnel system so well that you can actually trade. Like the usual type of Overwatch and all that stuff, like through the 150 meters from tactical split is completely not applicable, like in these tunnel systems, and they are just buying some time. And you can see Flare Loyalty almost like they just went into this plan so early because they have no faith.
It's like they pinned themselves down, right? They were like, we don't have any other options, but they never actually looked at the options book to begin with. They just dropped themselves in the bunker and they said, we will now pray that this zone goes towards us, and of course it doesn't, because you are so early on. As you say, that is exactly the problem, that it is so unlikely for the zone to stay with them, and they're playing with chance at a time where they are at the bottom of the leaderboard. They're starting off this week 16th in the Super Weekend overall leaderboard, and they need to make it, quite frankly, and currently only sat with 11 points. This is not what you would expect out of a team so important to get into this final Super Weekend. iKURD up against RT90, nevertheless, as you say, still of a tricky compound, of a tricky zone to engage because of how open this space will be around school and how open this space will be around apartments. And not only that, but how tricky it would be to rotate out of as well if the zone shifts away once again.
And you can see Real Tiger 9 actually took their time and slowly came into a position that is very, very strong. Very important in the circle. You can at least get a lot of I know it's not in the center, but you can get a lot of info towards the south side and towards the center zone, but they just really need to use it well and have the trigger discipline. As you can see, iKURD came from that same side. After trying to take out the side of Fanatic Zombies down to that 3 players, and they can maybe make a small fight happen, like on this western edge. As you can see, the majority of the teams are on that eastern side, and mostly around the plateau surrounding the north of farm still.
I'm curious to see if Fanatic Zombies Blood did have enough banshees to keep themselves alive. They are coming off in the more dangerous angle because the zone has shifted further towards the northeastern side. The Fanatic Zombies, the last hope lies with Blood on that rotation in. Roran does get knocked by Real Tiger 9, sending it to that equal trio versus trio. For Real Tiger 9, I feel like they really are fighting an uphill battle, because when you are only a trio, for whatever reason that you are a trio, it is unfortunate. As Fanatic Zombies there do drop finally on the rotation in. Not enough banshees as we figure that one out. But iKURD, on the other hand, I say trio, but down to the duo, because this is an advantage towards Real Tiger 9. And as we say, really, really good stuff from them, at least in this game so far, to be able to properly fight and give a run for the money of practically every squad they've gone up against. Even when you look back at the first Sanhok game, where Real Tiger 9 were challenging over Flare Loyalty, almost came out with a win.
Yep, and the thing is, though, like, they needed to maybe make a move a bit earlier, but they tried to open fire like against another edge team, and then they're now moving in with the blue. Like these type of stuff are a bit tricky, to do. Like there's so much ground that you have to scout for, and when you open fire to give away your position, you can sometimes get stabbed from behind as well. But you know what? Like that bit is now done. We first need to see how SUDOR Esports try to hold their ground against Alpha Legends, but hold that thought, is Fate to maybe first to fall.
A beautiful instantaneous double knock through for Falcons. They lose one on the return, but the damage has already been done. Asawi is already on the retreat. There is nothing left for Fate to take in this fight. Leif is stuck on the edge of the road in between everyone, and this is especially the most important part, I feel, of this zone here, Tarzan, around that island for Falcons to control. But I have to explain that later, because Snipers, they're up against their own fight against Galaxy Racer. Is on the edge of this zone. Only one can make it in. Can Galaxy hold on is the question. It's still the full squad. They have been able to find initial knocks through onto Snipers. Marco dodges out a grenade. Can't quite find Max Cash. That is crucial in this fight. Had Max Cash gone down, it opens a lot more space for Snipers to control and press out on. Particularly because look behind them. Here comes the third party.
Yeah, they really, really need to be aware of the third party in this compound. There's so many teams that would try to find some grounds, and they may take the time to maybe stop and maybe take a knock before moving. And that is scary for them. But lucky for these two teams, this Flare Loyal team, with the numbers disadvantage needing to move, but they will continue with this 1-for-1 right now. And Snipers do have their players actually in the car trying to retreat.
Again, this all comes through to Falcon's strength, though, Tarzan, because look at the way this lay of the land has gone. Galaxy Racers are now moving into that island, and Falcon, we know how strong this island and amongst these roads can be, because the fact that you can virtually just use those roads as moats to your hill castle for Falcons. Is they will just look to take these kills out before moving their way into zone. That zone does move away from them, but not too scary of a shift for them. More scary for those like on the bottom side. For example, Player Loyal team still looking for a way in. Still alive though is positive. We can take away not so much for Real Tiger 9. They will say goodbye. As Galaxy Racer will find one, will potentially find a second. There it goes, just as I praised them. Flare Loyal team, iKURD are going to help finish this one through. Down to our final 10 teams.
But just look at the momentum right now. Is Galaxy Racer waking up from rage from that, wipe coming from YaLLa from the game earlier? 8 kills right now for this team, and they're working through a part of the map that allows progressive rotation, potential backstab, and they actually have a good number of players as well. But the blue zone's now closing. Is not going to be easy. iKURD down to 1 player will actually just get lasered out. Another kill go towards the Galaxy Racer.
iKURD gonna get sent packing, but as well on the northern side, look at Alpha Legends on the off angle. They make their way in, avoiding all the craziness, because craziness is a RICO Infinity team diving straight into the smokes, but the smokes protecting GSG for now. They take down NASR. Can they take down more? The rain on the parade of GSG is coming out from RAT, but GSG hold firm for the meanwhile. RTG as well, going to fight against Fate. As a second knock comes through. All the grenades, but the solo grenades from around GSG find true. Their enemies is now just 2 more from RICO Infinity team move in, but straight into another team. GUNZ lie in wait. Fate unable to win out over RTG. There goes RICO Infinity team blasted by GUNZ, but GUNZ equally blasted by Alpha Legends the moment they pop their head up for the kill.
There's so many dips play in there, and GSG is in a good spot with a little bit of ridge line. Enough, to scout over that center zone before needing to move in. So many pockets of play, so many of these teams need to keep smoking up because of the open landscape. But that is GUNZ unfortunately eliminated at 7th position.
Still Falcons, they're keeping quiet. Look at them go. They've got a space in the zone. They've got space towards the center. There's no one near them. RTG as well, having the same promise of a chicken dinner. But it is still if they can confirm this through. Falcons take the play area, but keep in mind, they still got Galaxy Racer behind them. MJ, Max Cash still there. Falcons, they lost never alone. The Fragger is down. Damar almost goes down, but Summer has to dip for the meantime. Arab GSG cannot lose players of their own, still needing to rotate in.
So they still got a chance that because this side of the map is very possible for them to slowly work up. They found the ridge to protect the cars as well, and but it's the meds on Osama that I'm worried about. But they have someone to overwatch. They have enough vehicles. They have an opening knot. They have to go now, but they have a second ridge to work through. This may be huge for them.
This could be huge, but it is a very tricky rotation indeed. Very, very ballsy from Arab GSG. Drives over one of the Falcons players and now secures their space inside the zone. The confidence, despite the risk, pays off for Arab GSG. Falcons as well. They might have rotated in one moment too early this time around. Last KWT bombarded by bullets. RTG still holding on as the more dominant squad. Snipers still as well alive, but it is going to be insanely tricky for them at this point in the game to rotate safely in and survive.
I feel like the plan is very simple for Snipers. Just do med allocation, try to take, challenge them shots, get maybe one kill, but there's no way that they can get out of there alive. And GSG now in spot just is all about the surrounding, awareness, responding to any small cues, and that's Falcon using that dip but too religiously, forgetting about the weakness being the behind, and RTG continues strong in today's games.
But Galaxy Racer, they just waited, and they've waited to their success. Still 2 players up. Still MJ, Max Cash. The fraggers are alive, and they fragged El Chapo, RTG. They confirm with a defensive smoke wall. Snipers confirmed out as Alpha Legends take away the kill. Arab GSG still the full squad. The fact that Arab GSG Votazan bring full 4 players and they still got the potential to drive over down this hill through these players below them is very real, but it is also still risky for them how difficult a dip and how difficult a hill this is.
So tricky. The relative high ground does give some advantage, but you need the next bush or next tree to make it work. And we can see actually the little bit of advantage going over to the teams on the south side because of relative high ground and a little bit of just close to the circle. When on the south, on the north I should say, that low ground will have to battle against each other. The rich line usage will be taken away soon, but that is RTG trying to make a play. It's a 1-for-2.
RTG, they're just gone, they're just dead, they're losing members after members. They got slivers of HP on Flame. Senke behind a lonely little tree finds maybe a beautiful one onto Alpha Legends. The grenade doesn't quite finish him off, has to use the bullets. Finds one, takes Chaos down. Now comes El Chapo, the rush coming through. Senke gets knocked, but Alpha Legends are down. Alpha Legends out in 4th, but it's 1 player remaining for RTG to revive 3. Flame won't be so lucky. Here comes MJ on the backside. MJ is going to clean this one through. The smoke will not be able to return one back onto MJ. Defensively used by RTG, of course, to pick up those extra 2 players. GSG still closing in the meanwhile.
You know what? Like, that is so ballsy from Galaxy Racer, but MJ, I do respect that a lot. They've got a spot that they could use and very hard to go beyond. And for him to come through and just have a peek and using that rich line to protect is great and get another kill as well. Now up to 10, at least a 20-point game for this team.
big stuff coming through from Galaxy Racer. This is what they needed. This is what they needed in terms of the momentum. Getting just caught out of the first Super Weekend. Heartbreak for them, but they showed up in the second week. They're showing up now, Tarzan. Max Cash, MJ. There's still the opportunity. They take one down of RTG. Can they find El Chapo? Can they find Marshall? Arab GSG are still a full squad, but Marshall cheekily pops his head up and pops one away. Arab GSG reduced to the trio through the spray. They let their positions be known, and MJ chucking the grenade in. Could find one, can't quite yet. The tree protects GSG for now, but it is slivers of blockades used by these teams. There is nothing left as we approach now phase 8 in 30 seconds to phase 9, but it might not even last that long. Molly doesn't quite find GSG. Luckily for them, still Rex alive. MJ Max Cash alive, and still everyone from RTG up. No one goes down just yet.
You mentioned the momentum game as well. I can't imagine what this would mean, how big this is for GSG if they can win this game. I don't think they've won any games yet in this tournament, not in league play, not in Super Weekend. So this is huge for them, but they need to start doing those essential things. Maybe start relocating some nets. Take off the backpack if they need to.
GSG though, or should I say, also Galaxy Racer more in trouble because RTG, they looked for the cheeky engage, but then they held off, but like GSG are also here, we can't quite do this, and then stuck in a tricky position, lost one, almost lost two. El Chapo now on the slivers of HP, only bandages, not the healing they want. This is RTG surely eliminated. Only one remaining, but playing for the second place. Galaxy Racer getting stuck by the zone. Arab GSG, this is their game, Tarzan. This is their position to win. MJ goes down. They look for maybe the extra one. 13 kills is all they get because Arab GSG, they take the chicken dinner.
Well, I feel like I was worried that we would never get to say those words, but they come through strong, and I think it's the idea of a game-winning rotation. They looked at that hill, they tried to clear out Falcons, they took an opening knock, sent the players with one Overwatch, and they took that spot with a little bit of zone bless. They made it work, and yes, we talk about momentum. This is where we wonder the most throughout today, is what can Arab GSG do with that chicken dinner. But that being said, we'll go on a short break. We'll see you guys for some analysis and stats after all.
Welcome everyone back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, where we have now had 4 games go down. There's one more to go. Of course, my name is Highland Wolf, and joined beside me is, of course, Professor Tarzan, but it was the likes of Arab GSG for their first time in the PMPL Arabia, taking the dub, taking the chicken dinner, and what a chicken dinner it was needed.
Much needed, and we mentioned before we went on the break that we're very excited for them to know how it can help them maybe get something, in this last game. But I need to quickly check to know that they have one more game to play. Yes, that's indeed the case. So much needed points and momentum. GSG up, maybe.
GSG, they have the opportunity, but can they carry it through into the final Sanhok game? That is a question of the night. But also, we have to look at the fact that this was a big win and momentum for Galaxy Racer here, Tarzan, as well. 13 kill game, second place. They, I believe, might even overtake Arab GSG in the overall points, despite the fact that Arab GSG took the win.
Yeah, and so many teams that we thought we could kind of forget about them, but we should never, right? So Alpha Legends as well, just coming out, they've got one big game to help with that, but you know what? Let's look at that match alone from those stats, and we can see why some of these teams shouldn't be forgotten, and one of them for sure is Galaxy Racer with the 25-point game.
25 points, but also look at the top there, still 5th position. Yes, not high points, but Sniper's still there. And that is very important, and something that I have been noticing through all of our games today is the Snipers, they've been staying relatively consistent. They've not had a massive game yet. I think they've had one game over double digits, but they've all been relatively high single digit games. They've been, of course, that one double digit game that they got previously. So they have been set in good stead in going to tomorrow to get those final points and get their way to that super weekend.
Yep. I think right now the leaderboards are looking very interesting. The point separation is not that huge. There's no huge, point sponge situation, maybe other than RTG Esports, but we've got, Alpha Legends, 14 points behind them, but got one more game to play, right? So very hard to say, but one thing for sure is for now, the disappointment from RICO Infinity team. Like we said it before the broadcast, we don't want it to be that one day of which they shine, right? In that week 2, day 3, second super weekend, I should say, day 3, and where they got 83 points, I believe, and now we're back to just passing that double digit.
And the fact that, of course, unfortunate there for SUDOR once again. The fact, of course, for Fate, unfortunately not quite there, despite coming off of their chicken dinner win. The momentum, not quite with them this time around. But Galaxy Racer, oh boy, was that momentum with them. 2,732 damage in total. And RTG, Alpha Legends, all doing big stuff. But even more so, Falcons were like the support of everyone. They got 1,549 damage, but they only converted that to 1 kill. That is nothing compared to what they were doing overall in this lobby.
That is extremely sad, but I think it's also something they need to consider. The spot where they died to the side Arab GSG is a good hill, but is easy to get info, but very hard to finish kills, and that is really proved from those stats, and that is something that we need to consider, to shoot or not to shoot. You can see the amount of bullets that they spend that really goes almost into nothing. Is just heartbreaking, and maybe they help to tear down some gear health in the helmets and vests, but that's probably not enough. But that being said, the fact that they put out so much damage it can still be converted into momentum, because I talked about already, because it's the primal urge of saying that I'm so aggressive, we deal so much damage that make me feel manly and good about myself. That is still important. That's very much true. But we will look into the highlights that we have first, and we started with a little bit of heartbreak from Fanatic Zombies.
Oh man, what a heartbreak it was, but also heartbreak for Flare Loyalty. And they just kind of burned themselves in a ditch in that sewers and just left themselves to rot. But there's also really heartbreak as well for the likes of SUDOR with Alpha Legends. Just that double grenade was the finishing blow into them, and it was a small one game ending plays. It ended so many of those players' lives. Even when you think of the like of Fate, when he drew up to FalconsEsport, immediately 2 of them got knocked. Leif was in a tricky position. They got sent to the solo straight away. So that also hindered Fate, which is why Fate went down with so few points. And this was really, though, that damage done by so few squads in total. Of course, Galaxy Racer being one big one, and every little opportunity they could muster, even MJ going to those extra kills just to pick off those extra members. Yes, they got a few extra ones, but not before Arab GSG secured that one.
I feel like MJ probably did the most in that map, but we should first look at Arab GSG, because it's Osama leading that way, and it's not the flashiest play from. There's not a highest amount of damage done, but the circles on their side, they took one important fight and rotation and they made it work. And I think that is at least one area of skill that we would say is the bare minimum from these teams. When the God's on your side, please take it.
Yeah, I mean, they got, right, as you said, they needed that extra tree line, they needed that extra little bit of ridge to be able to protect themselves. They got there. So, as you expected, they got that win. But I think overall, as you say, Arab GSG, they weren't the flashy team in that situation. It was RTG, it was Falcons, it was Galaxy Racer who were doing all that damage. And Arab GSG, they just kind of walked their way in. Yes, it was a beautiful rotation to get into that spot. But from there, they just had to wait. They just had to let the damage be done, and then they took what they wanted.
You know what? Just use that and just tighten things up, man. Because this team, I feel like if we just draw damage output right across all the games, any games, and find an average, GSG is maybe in the bottom 3 or 4. And that's not something that you want to see. But I know it's not always about damage. I made that primal, urge point earlier already. But you just really need to turn in aggression, because we've seen time and time again, they are not always blessed by the zone. There are times that they were blessed many times, but couldn't use a compound well enough. So we talk about the skills in setting up, how to hold down a compound, etc. We want to see them do well, and it's going to be what seems to be a very interesting week 3 league play so far. And not having Zombies Esports is definitely a huge factor in this.
I mean, what you notice is that these teams are a lot more careful, right? They're like, we don't have anyone insanely fragging. We can actually relax now until we get to where we want to be in the game. So you do see a little bit of a quieter stage going into the late game before they all ultimately take that warfare out on each other. But as well, it is going to be Sanhok, of course, for that final match on our screens tonight, and it is going to be none other than Group A sitting out for this final one. So RTG, Galaxy Racer, Flare Loyal, and the Snipers do not have any more chances. Erangel was the last to play in tonight, but Group B, on the other hand, YaLLa, Rad, HOTLINE, and SCYTES, they all will join back in for one final duel.
Whew. I'm ready for this. And I feel like it's been so long since I've ended a broadcast with Sanhok. And that is that gives me chills, man. I don't know why. It's just fine. Sometimes it's like this, guys. It's finding a little bit of fun and freshness in the things that you do, right? And it's amazing. I think this arrangement and league format I should say, the tournament format that allows us to, have 3 games of Sanhok a day is really interesting and fun for us as well. I hope you're all having fun. And predictions. Can we make any? Do you think for this game?
Predictions, I think probably when we look at the other games of Sanhok, they have been obviously very one-sided to the positions of the players in the zone. So I think it is going to be about who makes that position the strongest, more flexibility in their position, should we say, because flexibility and the ability to adapt, Tarzan, that is exactly what we got to look at for where these teams are sitting on the map, because it's all good and dandy to have a great position where you are in cover, like boot camp, for example, but when it comes to getting out of boot camp, if the zone, like we saw in the first game, moves up north, is a lot trickier said and done.
Very much. I think it's from game 1 already that we already picked up on one point that's so important, is transition of the game plan. Oh, we have to send 3 and then the rest to 1 to play spoiler, 1 to play heal, something like that. Like, you need to be very quick, and I think that is why you can almost never disregard teams that are good on Sanhok, because it really tests that area of skill, it tests patience, it tests decisiveness. And so yeah, it's a great training week as well for this team.
And also, we don't have Galaxy Racer in, so YaLLa, they're going to be the only ones in boot camp this time around. For the first time, Tarzan, we don't see the duel, so Galaxy Racer are not going to get their revenge. It will just be YaLLa and a solo. I assume solo, but then we probably, in good tradition, see some other crazy team drop down and decide we're going to go for boot camp.
And you know what? Like, Galaxy Racer, they're averaging just under 10 points, right? Played 4 games, 39 points, decent way to start the day, definitely, right? But we've got teams behind them that can really overtake. They could have done more, but those boot camps, really been causing some issues, because it was the other maps on Erangel that they got the bigger points. And like YaLLa Esports now, though, got 1 more game and now only at 7 points after 3 games. If they need to catch up with the literally the most head-on, like head-to-head rival being Galaxy Racer because of the bootcamp situation, they have so many points to chase, man. And I think they need to not just think about how this ends, but the organization, the coaches and whoever's there to support need to start preparing for tomorrow. Like 100%, because they are not safe with the points in Super Weekend as well.
I think you reset, you look at this game as the potential to pick up as many points as you can, because keep in mind, this was actually YaLLa in game 3 that actually beat out Galaxy Racer, who were able to survive but just couldn't pick up the points. So as we move into the final game of tonight's Sanhok, it will be, we get to see exactly if they can pick up points after all. And it is going to be, once again, a beautiful central plane path through here, Tarzan, for the most part, and allowing his teams, as always, to drop exactly where they would like.
Ooh, and definitely born to win. It would be what I say for YaLLa, but I don't know the catchphrase, man. You need to let me know. But you know what? One thing about YaLLa Esports, before you teach me that phrase and show me how to do it, is YaLLa Esports yet to get a single placement point in those 3 games.
Man, that's insane, actually, to be fair, considering that YaLLa need to even just stay alive to the mid game, never mind, the late game stage. But this is, as we say, up to YaLLa to be able to survive. Then for YaLLa right now, this is probably the best opportunity they've got. They've got boot camp, they've got the opportunity now with the zone, despite it being a more tricky one, to enter in more freely than other teams, particularly the likes of, interestingly, their RICO Infinity team. What is that split? NASR so far away, maybe was sleeping on that plane path, going to be punished for it.
It's you know what? I've lost my words because I feel like this is nostalgia. You remember, there's something with this game, man. I tell you, like Northwestern Island finishes, we had, I don't know, 7 in 10 games. We have that in, I don't know, earlier this year or the last quarter of last year, and we haven't seen it in such a long time. And now we just may have one. I think this is a brutal way to end it. This is typical Sanhok, and we are going to love it.
Man, if this zone goes towards that ocean, that is exactly what I'm looking for. But to be fair, I would be happy with a mountain settlement towards the end of this game, because the beauty of positioning and the beauty of adaptiveness in that location more specifically is something that I would love to see, and something that already in this phase 1 we can anticipate to see going through the phases. And unfortunately, they're for RT9, even being caught out by the solo player of NASR, the 1v1 gets bested, and Eagle now down. This gets bad to worse for Real Tigers, unfortunately. As we say, the solo still providing some use in NASR.
You know what? Like, it's so sad as well, because Root Tiger 9 is playing as a trio today. You know, that's the issue. But what triggers?
Yeah.
Speaking of trigger discipline, excuse me, language, it was SUDOR actually opening fire when he didn't mean to, was able to, reposition there. And it's still a very interesting circle. I can't wait to look at more of the minimap to know how these teams plan to enter the circle. Like, we know there are teams who may take that hill very early on, and especially the side of Falcon Esports having the option to do that. I wonder if they would do it, but they can also,
I think it is an option, right? That they could go for the gatekeep. I think that the gatekeeps overall will be the strongest point to go for in this game because of how this zone goes. You've obviously got your main bridges coming through from the top of the North Island over towards the mountainside, but also to the south, right, as well, coming out of ruins. That other main bridge, which will be so important for teams to control. And I think these two spots, as well as also looking through onto the L-shaped compound because of its versatility across multiple islands, that will be also the other spot that these teams will look to control, along, albeit the mountainside, because of its obvious high ground advantages.
Yep, and YaLLa Esports able to cross this like a breeze, because there's no fighting needed. Like we mentioned earlier, Galaxy Racer not playing this game because they finished with their day of
They're like, what is this? You don't have to squad wipe in 30 seconds? Like,
interesting, right? But I know, okay, these players aren't that dumb. Like, they really know why it's not happening. But crossing over here quite early on can give them a lot of options, right? But I'm also a little bit intrigued as to why they don't keep someone maybe on that coastline to stop someone from crossing in that same way. But of course, some of these teams may want to like take this like high hills as well, as you see Alpha Legends trying to reposition and actually group up first before taking any more rotations.
This is a very heads-up play there from Alpha Legends, because what they're doing effectively is they're stopping YaLLa from moving their way up, and they're stopping YaLLa from getting over that ridgeline, and instead forcing YaLLa to cross over the mountains instead, which is ultimately what they'll probably look to do, but it will take longer, and it will restrict the opportunities of YaLLa going into the future of this game, as unfortunately losing powerful already to Chaos, not going to be good for them, but is not good news either for SUDOR, getting caught in by the heavy rotation by NASR.
And I love to see these two squads fight, because NASR, we know they're aggressive. We know they know how to fight, but sometimes small positional errors. But SUDOR has been, slowly getting more and more consistent. And you can look at that patience coming from Saif as well, but did crawl a little bit. But that was amazing stuff. And that is what you need. I tell you what, like 9 out of 10 people would just like open fire there. I'm talking about maybe the lower level players, but Saif waited for the time to strike, and that was brilliant. Allowed the other player to go into position to be stuck between himself and the other teammate as well. This is Saif showing them what he can do.
But now Batiko fall down as well. This is just the outplay of SUDOR Esports and Saif in particular. The patience, the trigger discipline, working out 100% for them. This is the winning position for them. Just need to close this out. The grenade coming through from Fidan. But can they find it straight onto Nabo? Instead, will go wide. Just has to chuck it away. Don't want a grenade yourself now, as Nabo will look to find a quick one straight through the window, looking the wrong way. And they lose SCYTES, but now they will be able to return it at least. We save onto Nabo, Hassan the solo player, but that is a crucial pick through for NASR to get advantage of the unawareness of SUDOR.
Down to that one player, 1v3, not easy right now, and that is the finish, I guess, with that burn. Beautiful pinch coming over. Seems like SUDOR Esports' aggression is more polished, especially through those great games with that great average coming through in those super weekends. They are taking this confidently, methodological removal from NASR, and let that other team to rest up for tomorrow's gameplay.
Oh man, SCYTES making his rotation through on the rotation in, but still in the blue zone, 600 meters out. But they're caught by Real Tiger 9. And if Real Tiger 9 want to do damage, this is the way you do it here, Tarzan. You take Jigsaw, you take your fellow comrades, and you just keep SCYTES in this zone as long as possible. You look for these kills because, quite frankly, if you start this fight, there is no leaving it. RT9, this is the decision they have to make right now. Do they commit to gatekeeping SCYTES, or do they desperately go to play for these placement points? And the question then comes to healing. And well, Jigsaw actually has a lot of that. In potentially the better play, because of the amount of healing that they have, either could actually be to look for the initial engage, have SCYTES go into a position that is favorable, and then back off with your extra healing.
It's so tricky. Like, I feel like, okay, hold up. There's a lot of people dead with HOTLINE, like, and that's going over to GSG, I believe. That's attempt on rotation, and that is on that northwestern edge. But you know what? I feel like Jigsaw just did something that doesn't really help him. Like, that definitely harm others, but not entirely benefit himself. He opened fire. Yes, he got one kill, and now SCYTES just wants to fight this because they're so angry. And Jigsaw will definitely get pinched, and he's like down to himself and just get traded after all of that. And that is just so weird from both of these teams.
I think that Real Tiger 9, that play works out if surprise helps, and that is what also surprises me. Quote unquote, that's a really nice pun actually there, but surprise actually had the healing as well. So on the other hand, this could have been an extended fight that they could have been willing to take, but also the numbers advantage does, of course, come into factor. The fact that they did lose one of their players so early on to NASR from RICO Infinity team really does punish that play and really does ultimately end, of course, the hopes of Real Tiger 9 to that solo player. Delhat going to be the last one to rotate in as they go on a funny rotation through into the zone. The SCYTES, they're still going to be kept by surprise. Surprise still holding on for the meantime. But is this the right move? It seems to be, because they've found 2 knocks so far. Just one more to go, but Aboud is still ticking away in that blue zone. Still cannot get to the teammates. And as long as Aboud is kept in this position, the 2 members fall down. The vision gets dropped on the front line from those 2 members. Aboud is left in the dark, and Surprise can then rotate forward in, and then gatekeep even later on.
It's just really weird. Like, SCYTES took that fight kind of because they have a car. They know they are on, a little bit of a timer there, and they actually, made that proactive movement. Aboud delivered and took RT9 out, but you can see the difference of the blue zone damage is just too huge, and SCYTES are down to 1 player from what they started. 11 first days, a good way to start, and can at least continue till maybe just about top 8, but still a weird one. But speaking of weird, you have to go really, really far out if you want to live on rotations like this. 4 in the same boat. GSG said this is so yummy. You can see Rad just said, screw that, we are hopping out. And that's exactly, at least they're doing it on time, but GSG needs to take this time to gather all the firepower and say, hey, look, I saw 4, we need to come and just laser them down. One day.
There's 3 more fishies to go, Tarzan. This is how you stop a rotation. This is how you pick up kills. Arab GSG handed an easy platter, but can they nom up all the appetizers? 3 more to go. As we say, Delhab has been found. Delhab had to go up for oxygen, but with air comes bullets into the lungs. Rad struggling for the meantime. And as you say, that zone as well, not going to play kind to them, because even if Rad get to the coastal line, GSG know their position. They know exactly where they need to come up, and effectively Rad are already dead, even if the full squad isn't completely out just in a moment.
This is crazy, because like GSG is doing something that I almost feel like I haven't seen them do. And that is insane, because what's the amount of kills that they got the game earlier? I think up to around 12. Like I'm not quite sure. I may have to go check that.
29 points, I believe.
They're 29 points. So they got wait. That is okay. That is 14 kills. So they got all their kills last game. And they've got
29 and 26, one or the other. Yeah. I'm like, I remember it being one of the games is 29. But
anyway,
it was
this is a new
apologies. Team. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Fate got 29. They got 26. I'm thinking here. I'm using my brain.
But it's good. Like what it means is they've only got 4 kills in the 2 games earlier. They got a lot just now, and they are trying to ramp up even more in this. But HOTLINE down to the 1 player. The 2 teams that went for the rotation will say hi and say, fellow fishies, let's see what we can do.
This is like from bad to worse. You just go into the water, and now as a result, it's just who can quite get that short angle to burst your opponent down with the gun. They're trying. HOTLINE back in favor and back in control. There we go. But it shouldn't have been that difficult. HOTLINE, a little bit of a tricky maneuver, but does survive for the meantime. Rad sent to the solo, but more importantly, Delhap has boarded the mainland. And that provides Rad with so much more potential than HOTLINE to survive overall in this game.
Yeah, and you know what? It's still a very, very tricky circle. And surprised to see that there's no mountain, those big rocks, congestion on that high ground yet. Seems like a lot of these players are still trying to play somewhat conservatively. And I think that is also very fair, because they don't want to miss out on the chance to make it to the last of the weekend. But sometimes if you somehow can be the decisive team to take the aggression when others are really, really scared to do things, you may be rewarded for that.
Also, look at who is alive here, Tarzan. Fanatic Zombies still in the chance to win this game, and still in the chance to pick up, more importantly, points in this game. But it is up to them. They are the only ones in control of their fate. Yes, the zone will have an effect upon it, but they are in a majority. It is their own fault to win or to lose. Alpha Legends still holding on to the compound, still looking for that control. Half-Bound RICO Infinity team, Ragnar, NASR have come together, but they've been caught now on the edge. And this is a little bit of a tricky rotation, a little bit of a tricky maneuver, because I like what they're doing here. They're using the cover, using the ridge line to, more importantly, keep not only a vehicle in play for future rotations, but also keep themselves safe.
So many ways to play this still. I feel like whoever is more flexible in here and try to still get the most out of their position shall be able to win this one. I am worried about Falcons. Yes, looks like it's picture perfect. Good split in the center circle on those high hills, but so hard to gather back up is the problem. I think they need to start gathering now, at least making it a 2-2 split if they want to get some actual realistic control in the current circle.
Well, I said that I wanted a mountain zone. Well, Sanhok gives it to me now. We get to see exactly how this one plays out, Tarzan, because as we say, Falcons, they have pretty much all the tools they need to win this game once the game, to take a second chicken dinner. But also I think that KWT is actually off-angle player, but the way the zone goes, you don't really need to have two people to that northern side. Yes, I understand that, but there's still going to be a majority of players down on that south end based on how this zone has been shifting. And I think that Last and Never Alone could be more vulnerable overall. Unfortunately, there for Alpha Legends, they do seem to be struggling a little bit. Also, yeah, YaLLa going to struggle as well too. Captain has been knocked. YaLLa going to hold on to the few buildings on the edge of the mountainside. But can they keep themselves up? Can they keep themselves alive? NASR as well, going to use a ravine, but has been knocked. So only one remaining for RICO Infinity's team as well.
You can see like teams really didn't want to over-rotate in this game. Like Alpha Legends and YaLLa Esports been in this area like for the past 3 phases, and they're still very careful progressing, and that is actually just respectful play. But now they need to know absolutely what they need to do, which side to look right now, analyze circles again and again. And we can see RICO Infinity team actually not having the best game so far. And we have, actually the gods of PUBG having the most power right now, because if it goes to the hills, it will be those with the high ground with a decent amount of split, good split, winning. If it's low ground, it's the complete other story.
Oh man, you can see it already here though. Low ground, they just get smashed. And unfortunately there for RabGSG, Fanatic Zombies will look to take control. Also Alpha Legends, they got destroyed there by Falcons off the whole high angle. Damar will be the one to send them through out of every game tonight now. As there will be. Alpha Legends gonna have to sleep on a bad finish. GSG might also have to join them. Fanatic Zombies looking for these extra points, looking for their game. GSG not having the momentum that we predicted they could have. Not having the momentum that was coming off of Rad, getting caught out, getting all of these kills. They get caught in such a tricky position. Even the Molly now sending them even further back down the mountainside, further into the blue zone.
Well, there's one thing for sure is the support coming from behind. Look at that split coming through from GSG. They are actually trying to pinch this in a very different approach, but they now need to balance between rotating and taking out Fanatic Zombies. And this is going to be Blue Zone closing in at the same time. And this is Arab GSG being tested in this aspect of skill that we talk about, the macro gameplay in Sanhok, the balance between the two ideas, the compromising, the run and gun.
But look at a zone, Tarzan. It still keeps the mountain in play. Falcons, surely they go to play for that. Fate, though, have the more openness towards the zone. They have the slight edge of the ridgeline in that zone. Fanatic Zombies, though, they spent too long gatekeeping Arab GSG. Get caught, they get punished for it. iKURD will be the perpetrators of that. At least Fanatic Zombies get one inside, but just as they fall as well. Chills now is a solo, and this goes from bad to worse for them. HOTLINE Esports as well, taken down by Arab GSG nonetheless, but they are surrounded in a pit of players. Arab GSG join the dead.
When Falcon's still using the high ground and they are slowly farming those kills, just need the next shift to be in their favor as well. What a beautiful long-range nade from Never Alone. That is insane.
That could be the second going in, straight on to target. Will not find Shroud, almost takes down Moran. The zone so close on the edge. A third one gonna be thrown in. But can they find the beautiful pick? Almost does the work required, just quite not throwing quick enough. Split second sooner would have caught them, but nevertheless, Never Alone takes down Moran. We're down to still one more player for iKURD to fall. YaLLa as well, hugging that mountainside for dear life as they pray that everyone falls before them. SCYTES will do just that. Down in 7th, they take it. YaLLa as well. trying to sum it up, they have the blue zone behind them. GUNZ as well behind them. Fate as well behind them. Falcons, they go a bit too greedy. They lose Damar. Last, now never alone. They have to revive them back.
I think Damar got knocked because he fell down that hill, but luckily this is a time that Falcon comes back. It's a great formation. They somehow pulled it off and just kind of just split so huge and eventually reconvene at a beautiful spot. That is Falcons at its finest.
Falcons, they somehow keep this alive, even though the mistake Shusei comes through. And YaLLa's still alive, though, but it's trying to send these grenades in. They're trying to look for the perfect angle. Tickles Damar, but it doesn't come down quick enough. And this could be YaLLa alerting a position, alerting the end of YaLLa Esports. RICO Infinity team as well will get knocked. No more healing left. Falcons being pinned on the edge of the blue by GUNZ. KWT never alone. They only have the rock. Also, now GUNZ need to step forward. The blue zone pinching them as well, but KWT gets knocked. Now GUNZ as well. They move even further in, trying to survive. YaLLa, powerful, still up. And this is Falcons so desperately trying to hold on to their position, but the blue zone forces them out as well. Now YaLLa have the opportunity to turn the tables. They take one, they take two, potentially here. Damar falls two, but no, Damar stays alive. Damar goes down, no, to Dar. And now Dar as well will be able to find one in return. For YaLLa, they're down to just one player. Falcons are down to one player. GUNZ are down to one player. But it's going to be not enough. Falcons go down, Tarzan. And I believe it is GUNZ who take the chicken dinner.
What? It's about shooting whatever you see. I think like 4 teams just eliminated each other in the matter of 5-6 seconds. That is, amazing to see. Like, how do you feel? Are you okay, Hein, with casting a little bit of that end game? That is like, man. I was like, I'm saying something. It's ended.
Yeah. That was a good fight, nevertheless. That is a way to end off on Sanhok of all Sanhoks, for sure.
You can see the training coming through as well. Like everyone's trying to care for an angle. It's about the cover fire that happens both on top of the teammates who are fighting one team as well as across. And you can see all this happening at the same time, but no one really had much cover to work with. That's why everyone went down so quick. But that being said, we're going to have a short break and we'll come back to wrap up the day.
Welcome everyone to the final closing moments of the first day of week 3 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season. Of course, my name is Highland Wolf, joined of course once again to close us out with Professor Tarzan, and it was, I do imagine, GUNZ to take that chicken dinner win, but what a crazy one we had. Sanhok lives up to its reputation to be able to deliver the best action.
That was pretty crazy. I think there's no more really planning when it comes to those moments. No one really intended to end the game like that. Like, it feels like sometimes it's, you know, you have your comps through, you say like, oh, 1-0, 2-0, and it finish like, oh, it's like it's 4 teams, and everyone just kind of just died there. So we have to just look at those game stats to know who actually won that game.
No, it was, damn. So yeah, it was iKURD who took the victory. Is this right? I'm thinking. Yeah,
yes,
darn.
it is. And they do it with. I feel like I haven't seen them in so long. Like, have I even seen them like in that game? I mean,
I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, iKURD, like, you know, but they take the win. They take the chicken dinner. GUNZ, they did come in second though. They got 17 points overall with those 5 kills, and YaLLa come in third. But Falcons, they came in 4th. Tarzan, that standings on the visuals couldn't even keep up with how many teams just died, just got deleted in those final few moments.
Well, like, that is definitely one great thing, you know, to see. And I think iKURD probably was still healing when all those fights were happening. It was like, I suddenly won. I got the lottery, man. Like, imagine that happening in the Super Weekend as well. Like, think about it. Like, it is worth thinking. But you can see Falcons using the position of HOTLINE, going into those high hills, and then, you know, starting the game. Like, this is a lot of damage. I feel like it might be our top 5, you know, in PMPL Arabia this season. Those 9 kills, almost 2,800 damage, and insane. Confident play. Like, you almost would, you know, go back and think, how did they bloody miss the Super Weekend last week, man?
I mean, to be fair, on the other hand, though, Falcons, they've had a lot of damage, but they've not quite also had the success to convey to that damage, right? When you think about 27, almost 2,800 damage, you expect to see at least double-digit kills. They didn't manage that this game and move through to the top players. But even looking at the last game, right, they didn't get that much damage. So at least this time around, when it comes to top players, Never Alone and Damar will be seen there once again. I mean, Never Alone, over almost 1,200 damage on his own is ridiculous, and Damar almost equaling 1,000 damage on there, really pulling out everything they could in those final few moments. Bandar and Hamodi as well to join. Bandar taking the most kills overall, but YaLLa to survive even to that 3rd position as well. So good for them, because considering how difficult I think the position lying in that against that rock was for them. I mean, there was no escape, there was no way back. They had to hug that rock, they had to take that fight.
And they actually did it pretty well, and that is how, with the game ending like that as well, is how every knock turned into the kill. So every bullet counts in those end zone, and you know what? Like, it's also great for YaLLa. Like, I'm so worried about them. Like, thinking if they end it today with single-digit points, like, it's going to be, you know, a knife in the heart. And I don't know, like, what level of experience, what level of organizational support, family support, you know, personal, you know, mental toughness do you need to say, let's make tomorrow the best day and have, you know, very little effects on you. Dead last is not something that you can easily choose.
I mean, to be fair, for Fanatic Zombies, They had the chances. They had the opportunities in this game, particularly to be able to get towards those final moments. They just couldn't quite manage it. I think as well they did make some poor decisions throughout the game, and especially looking towards Erangel, right, where they lose players early on. They had bad splits against GUNZ, and they had the vehicle rotation. Blood doesn't quite make it. They get killed off. It's just these little mistakes that do add up, and you can see them add up over time, but they're not major things, but they still nevertheless force Fanatic Zombies to that, realistically, as we say, last position. I think as well, on the other flip side though, it has been a good showing from other teams who have been in the danger zone, from the likes of Snipers, from also I think the likes of Fate even picking up that big win in that chicken dinner in that third game. So they've been able to boost themselves up, and even Arab GSG with their own chicken dinner, at least they have been able to set themselves up to avoid elimination, instant elimination, by hoping to get into that super weekend.
It's, you know, the fans should be very, very happy. Like Arab GSG, 44 points right now. It's a good start. I feel like we'll go back to the stats. Okay, we'll maybe tell you like when we see in Super Weekend. If not, Spam Cargo and DK are very great in doing these maths, and but they can tell you around what point as well. Like, should we expect a team, you know, to qualify or maybe miss, you know, the Super Weekend? And Arab PSG with 44 is a good. They need to continue, because like, even if they go into Super Weekend with a lot of points from league stage, if they can't translate into Super Weekend points, they are still really, really dire when it comes to the hopes of going to the finals.
Yeah, so it varies a lot, I think, because when we look at the 2 weeks, okay, from the overall threshold to get into the top, get to the Super Weekend, the first week was higher. We had 47 points as the average, and then in the next week it was actually a lot lower. We only had 34 points as the average, which was where Fanatic Zombies clutched the edge previously. And I think you can expect somewhere in between, around that 40-point mark should be where these teams are aiming for. Ideally, about that 50-point mark guarantees you that space inside the Super Weekend.
Brilliant. Filling in the info that we need as the amazing Highland Wolf.
Exactly.
And but speaking about, you know, the chat situation as well now, like, it's interesting to see that there were two teams based on, you know, just Super Weekend performance as well as overall Super Weekend performance that we were, you know, not too worried about, or we kind of hyped them up a little bit. RICO Infinity Team and SUDOR Esports.
Yes.
But when it comes to this league play, RICO Infinity Team is at 14th position out of 19 teams at, you know, 18 points. And the bottom team has 11, by the way. And then we have SUDOR with 15 points at 16th place. So just 4 points above Fanatic Zombies, which is at the bottom right now. So there's more, right, that these teams need to do, like, for sure. And you just compare them with some teams like iKURD that you didn't exactly expect. That, yeah, brilliant heel strat, by the way, we'll give you guys that. And but so many, like Snipers as well, you know, just come through. Like, yeah, not the shiniest way, but it's getting spicy. Like these. I think it's 3 teams, right? Now that we've got one team, like one fewer teams, like in our pool of teams, do we still have 16 teams in our Super Weekend Island? It will make those 3.
Yes, we do. We still have 16.
So then that will make those bottom 3 life very sad because you're given another spot and you still can't make it. And so we just need them to keep showing up.
I think overall, when you look at the likes of SUDOR, when you look at the likes of course, RICO Infinity Team, you do have to look at the fact like they are 2nd, 3rd position respectively on the overall Super Weekend leaderboard. So it doesn't matter if they get in or they don't get in. They are guaranteed by this point into the Super Week, to the PMPL Arabia finals. There's practically nothing that these teams can do, shy of a miracle, to be able to dethrone them. But also, when you look at the other hand of things, there's still that opportunity for both RICO Infinity Team and SUDOR to eliminate 2 spots rather than just not playing the Super Weekend. So this is also the good side about them, if they decide to really step themselves up tomorrow and they decide to pick up these points, then they can effectively eliminate not only potentially Fanatic Zombies, but also some of these other squads that are vying for positions, even on the edge, like Blair Loyal Team or Rad, who, if they don't make it still, they're still facing elimination.
It's just so many possibilities here, guys, and well, we just kind of need to wait. Come back and watch, by the way. Tomorrow we have the amazing DK and Span Cargo, and we will go over to some more graphics, actually, to give us a bit more insights as to what happened, so far. Of course, I feel like I'm not surprised, and this is great. I think that the fans should be screaming right now, because MJ is definitely fragging really hard for Galaxy Racer, especially in that game match 4 of the day on Erangel.
Oh, yeah.
He is fearless. He was fearless.
It's no surprise there to also see Chaos and Marbear as well, but as well to see 3 members of RTG this time around on that leaderboard. Good stuff from them, alongside even 1 member for the first time of Arab GSG. Osama making it up there with 7 kills overall, and showing that Arab GSG is still a team to be contested here, instead of a team that give them some space, give them an inch and they take a mile, So it is now up to these 3 spots, as we say. Who is going to take them? Is it going to be a teams that already are secured into the finals, and we get to see all of those other teams who fight against each other just to get those extra spots in? Or are we going to see some of those teams instantly be eliminated? And that's the interesting part of it, is we also get to look through the top players today, exactly who they will be. This time around, it will be both Alpha Legends, Chaos and Kato, as well as Senku, El Chapo for RTG, and Damar coming up clutch there for FalconsEsport. But I think this was a big day for Chaos as well. I mean, we talked about this player already to hype them up in terms of their potential as a fragger, in terms of potential for playing alongside the rest of their team, so experienced, all of them. But nevertheless, the average of 2.25 kills before going down, big stuff from them, and no surprise to see them as the MVP of today in total. The average damage of 550 and surviving practically to the end of the game.
Really, really good work by this young lad. And I think it's also the team showing more control, like in whatever area they're playing in. Like, they used to give me this impression, like in that week 1, that they may play a bit too stealthy when they could, be a bit more aggressive in whatever area that they end in. And today, they were able to expand control more, like not scared to, go along the edge, get multiple angles to, approach that game. And it was great to see from this.
It was great to see, and I think overall tomorrow will be even more exciting, because as we say, it is going to be the final day tomorrow. But as we look through the map winners of today as well, we get to see exactly who won where, and we will recap, because of course, while starting off, FalconsEsport took the first game of Sanhok, and it was iKURD to close out 2 chicken dinners, the second one on Erangel and the final one on Sanhok, as well as Fate securing the middle Sanhok match, and Arab GSG controlling the Erangel match on the 4th game. But Fate Esports overall with the biggest damage, 2300 damage. You can't draw away that, yes, Fate has struggled, but one big win like that has really helped him. And I think also iKURD really impressive, nevertheless, to still take 2 chicken dinners away, albeit kind of stealing away the last one, but still getting those big points indeed. And I think overall iKURD as a result really are stepping up, because as we said, it was iKURD on the bubble, 16th position, getting into the first Super Weekend, and now they're challenging towards the top of this league stage. Now they're challenging to really secure and grab their spot in the PMPL Arabia finals. It feels like this team has almost in a way grown as this tournament has evolved.
It's great to see. It's almost like we seen a prodigal son and slowly come back to show his true colors. And but you know what? Like, after all, we are 1 day down out of 2 of the last league play, let's go to the overall standings to see what's happening. RTG now holding that top spot, and Falcons trying to fly back to reign this week 3, as we have iKURD very interestingly making it to top 3. It's crazy, a thing, like 2 chicken dinners out of their 4 games, and they got 1 placement point. Other, like, in all the games, outside of the games that they won. So they are doing something right, but in just weird ways. But they may get to play that Super Weekend, and they've shown some strats that they could use.
Their 16 kills as well, definitely coming up clutch. But this does speak to me of iKURD as a very top-heavy team. And also keep in mind that one of course, their games was heavy on those kill points, not so heavy on those placement points, as we also move our way to the next page. Snipers, they come up in 9th. Now, Snipers as well, I think the other team that we will really be looking for out alongside Rad here, because these are 2 teams that also are very low on the leaderboard, and they also need to pick up those points to maintain themselves, not only to get into the Super Weekend, but also to get through the Super Weekend. Snipers still in that relegation space. And unfortunately, we do also have to talk about the other team on the bottom, currently on that bubble of the Super Weekend overall scores, which, as we move our way forward, will be Flare Loyal team here, Tarzan. And unfortunate for them, showing today, just not really showing much.
And you know what? The interesting thing is you could see so many teams on that second page where the points worth in a chicken dinner away from going to the top page, like the first page, and they were all the teams that shown a lot of potential both in previous league plays and Super Weekends. They have the ability to take chicken dinners, but the bottom 3 teams are a bit less likely, just based on statistics. They have not had a lot of that success, like 17th to 19th place, where Real Tiger 9, Flare Loyal team, and Fanatic Zombies, for those who somehow missed that, but I think the graphics said it well enough, those are the 11, 12, 13 point teams, but point separation very, very small, and need one big game, like from a lot of these teams. And you could see what can be done if you dedicate to sometimes one plan, and got themselves a chicken dinner for sure. 15 points in the pocket from essentially healing from iKURD, so why not?
I mean, to be fair, to speak to Real Tiger 9, they are slightly better off than the other 2, because of course they do have 149 points, and currently the 16th space spot is held by, or joint held by, Fate and Flare Loyal with 89 points. So if Real Tiger 9 don't make it in, there's still that very slim opportunity that they scrape their way through, especially considering that of course one team is no longer playing. But it is risky. You don't want to be left in that scenario where you're obviously relying on other teams to decide your own fate here. But I think also from Flare Loyal team and also Fanatic Zombies, they have to step up tomorrow. If they don't step up tomorrow, they just go goodbye. They're out of competition. There's nothing they can do instantly for Fanatic Zombies, and after one game, straight away for Flare Loyal team in the Super Weekend. So there is no choice. They have to step up big.
And speaking of step up, if not, it's goodbye. We have something that I want to try. I'm going to step up and try to do this. So actually, I'll try to wrap up for today, because we've got many of these theories we need for these teams, to work through it. And if you guys see what we see, then it would be great. But it won't be us tomorrow, but same time tomorrow, same of these 19 teams in PMPL Arabia waiting to fight for the last day of Week 3 League play to see who can enter Super Weekend to grab more points. And but that will be us done today, and that will be me trying to step up and wish you all a great night and goodbye.